Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're here to bring you some live coverage of President Trump making an announcement about moving Space Command headquarters. Now, I know that moving Space Command headquarters is not the biggest story we've covered on Agenda Free TV. Is it huge news? No. But two reasons I want to cover this announcement. First of all, when President Trump does an announcement like this in the middle of the day, frequently he will turn it into kind of like a press conference type of thing where he takes questions on other topics. And there's a number of other topics I'm interested to see if he talks about. For example, Venezuela, this U.S. naval force he has deployed to be near Venezuela. And the Venezuelan government, including President Maduro, thinks that the U.S. is going to use it to attack the Maduro regime. So maybe he'll be asked about that, for example. So I want to see if he takes questions. Also, President Trump, as far as I'm aware, he was not seen in public last Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And there was a bunch of speculation on social media about is there a reason he hasn't been seen in public for 3 days? Now, he played golf over the weekend. He was seen in public over the weekend. But this would be his first, official public appearance as president since then. So I thought it'd be interesting to cover. So the announcement's supposed to be at 2 p.m. Eastern time, which is in 37 minutes. So we'll cover it. We'll see what happens. Maybe there won't be much big news in it at all. I don't know. You never know. So we're gonna cover it anyway and see what happens. We'll see what happens. Okay. He could talk about Russia, Ukraine. He could be asked about Israel and Gaza. All kinds of stuff going on. So we'll see what again, it's very possible since they've made it an event. It's very possible that we'll have a Q&A and him talking about other things. So we'll have to see what happens. So I appreciate you joining. We'll be taking your comments and questions. There was also a judge ruled today that I believe it was a judge in California, if I have it right. A judge ruled today, a federal judge, that his deployment of National Guard troops to California was illegal in some respects. Now, I believe the White House is going to appeal that ruling, but that's something else he might be asked about. We'll talk about that. So anyways, we'll have to see what happens. Hey, thanks to our moderators for being here. We have Janet B. is here and Beth Mythical. Thank you. And Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. We have... hold on a second. I want to pull up our other chats here. We have on Twitch, our Twitch moderators, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. Also, thanks to Matthew for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Matthew. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And hang on a moment. One moment. We have Margaret Riley, K. Larry Body moderating on Facebook. Thank you so much, Dodger Blue, for your support and for your note. Thank you. Also, thanks to Gator Fits, our member, Wendy Knutson, and Mark Barnes. Thanks so much for being members. Oh, yeah, I believe I'm going to cover that tomorrow. There's supposed to be a press conference tomorrow. Organized by a couple members of Congress, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey. And the press conference tomorrow is supposed to have 10 women who say they are victims of Epstein, of Jeffrey Epstein, are going to be appearing at this press conference. So my plan is to cover that. The last I heard, that's tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. So, but I am planning on covering that. But that's tomorrow. That's not today. One of the viewers just mentioned that. Hey, a little news happened as we were coming on the air. Joni Ernst, who is a Republican senator from Iowa, made it official that she is not running for re-election. This was widely reported was going to happen, but it's now official. So I want to show you that. Hold on, let me show you what Joni Ernst said. I haven't even seen this. It just came out 25 minutes ago. Here, this is from Iowa Republican Senator Joni Ernst. I mean, it's, it's with the Senate, it's expected the U.S. House election will be close for who controls the House in 2026. And who knows what will happen in the Senate. One seat could make a huge difference. But she said she is not running. Well, let me play this for you because I haven't even heard it yet.
My fellow Iowans, serving as...
Hang on one second here. Hold on. Let me try this again. Here we go.
My fellow Iowans, serving as your United States Senator is the privilege of a lifetime. From growing up and working on my family's farm in rural southwest Iowa to more than 2 decades of leadership in the U.S. Army Reserves and Iowa Army National Guard, where I deployed in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, to my work as Montgomery County Auditor, State Senator, and now as your United States Senator. It has been an honor to dedicate my life to the service of our great state and country. Having been raised in a family who has given me so much love and support, now, as our family ages and grows, it's my time for me to give back to them. After a tremendous amount of prayer and reflection, I will not be seeking re-election in 2026. This was no easy decision. I love my state and country. It's the very reason why I decided to wear our nation's uniform and run for elected office in the first place. I never imagined this farm girl would have the opportunity to serve as a lieutenant colonel and then a United States Senator. Only in America and by the grace of God. 11 years ago, Iowans elected me as the first female combat veteran to the U.S. Senate, and they did so with a mission in mind, to make Washington squeal. And I'm proud to say we have delivered. We've cut waste, fraud, and abuse across the federal government and reined in overburdensome rules and regulations. We've protected the lives of the unborn, prevented violence against women, supported our hardworking farmers, families, and small businesses, honored and fought for our fellow veterans, and strengthened our military and the brave men and women who choose to serve. As a proud Harley rider, you can rest assured I'm not slowing down anytime soon. There is still so much to accomplish before the end of my term, and I'll keep fighting every single day, as I always have, to make Iowans' voices heard loud and clear in the halls of Congress. While this chapter of elected service will soon close, I will always find ways to best serve my community, state, and these great United States of America.
Okay, so that was Joni Ernst, Republican senator from Iowa, officially announcing she is not running for re-election. So I just wanted to let you know because that just came out in the last half hour or so. Okay, now let's talk about, well, we'll start by talking about what President Trump is going to announce today. Again, this announcement to me is not the hugest news in the world, but a lot of times these announcements end up becoming like press conferences. So I did want to cover this today. And then also, hold on a second here. As I mentioned, after all of there was a lot of speculation floating around on the internet when President Trump didn't appear in public from Wednesday to Friday. So this is his first, he played golf over the weekend, but this is his first, I would say, official presidential appearance since early last week. So thought it'd be interesting to cover this. We'll see what happens. You can see, though, Trump will announce Space Command is moving from Colorado to Alabama. There's been a years-long struggle over where Space Command would be. You can see here, AP says, President Trump's administration will announce today that U.S. Space Command will be located in Alabama, reversing a Biden-era decision to keep it at its temporary headquarters in Colorado. Trump is expected to speak on Tuesday afternoon about 28 minutes from now, and he will give the new location, according to the People. A Pentagon website set up to live stream the remarks describes the event as a U.S. Space Command HQ announcement. According to Politico, a story I read in Politico, the Pentagon removed that caption. I don't know if the White House was trying to keep it secret what the announcement was about, but Politico, if I remember right, said that the Pentagon had that up there and then they took it down. Can I find that here? Let's see here. Yes. Politico said that the Pentagon website ended up removing the mention about the Space Command being the announcement on their post. That's what Politico said. The White House press secretary said the president will be making an exciting announcement related to the Department of Defense. Space Command's functions include conducting operations like enabling satellite-based navigation and troop communication and providing warning of missile launches. Here's a little background here on this from AP. Alabama and Colorado have long battled to claim Space Command because it has significant implications for the local economy. The site also has been a political prize, with elected officials from both Alabama and Colorado asserting their state is the better location. Huntsville, Alabama, nicknamed Rocket City, has long been home to the Army's Redstone Arsenal and NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. The Army's Space and Missile Defense Command is also located in Huntsville. The announcement today will cap a 4-year back and forth on the location of Space Command. The Air Force in 2021 identified Army Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville as the preferred location for the new U.S. Space Command. The city was picked after site visits to 6 states that compared factors such as infrastructure capacity, community support, and cost to the Defense Department. Then President Biden in 2023 announced Space Command would be permanently located in Colorado Springs, Colorado, which had been serving as its temporary headquarters. Biden's Democratic administration said keeping the command in Colorado Springs would avoid a disruption in readiness. A review by the Defense Department Inspector General was inconclusive and could not determine why Colorado was chosen over Alabama. Trump, a Republican who enjoys deep support in Alabama, had long been expected to move Space Command back to Alabama. So you can see the tug of war over this Space Command headquarters has been going on for years. Teddy Boy says, will Trump be wearing a hat again today? That I don't know. So that's the in theory, that's the main purpose of the announcement, but who knows what else he's going to talk about. Hey, by the way, thanks to Sydney for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Sydney. Also, thanks to PA Jeeper 420. PA Jeeper says Marshall Flight Center is in Space Flight Center is in Alabama as well. Makes sense for a coordination effort between Space Force and NASA. Thank you, PA Jeeper. Also, Kellenved for being a member. Pre-breakfast banana thinks the temporary headquarters was doing so well in Colorado there was no need to move it. Christy Claft thinks he's moving it to Alabama because Biden put it in Colorado. Mort says, what does Moving Space Command achieve? Well, I'm guessing President Trump will put forth his opinion on this in about 23 minutes. Plutonium says, let's be honest, it's all about money. All right, hang on a moment here. Nick Sprouse, our viewer, pointed out that some Epstein survivors are meeting at the House Oversight Committee today. Again, tomorrow there's supposed to be a press conference organized by a couple members of Congress involving 10 women who say they are Epstein victims. So I am planning on covering that. That I believe is going to be at 10:30 Eastern. I believe. Yeah. Hold on a second here. The House Oversight Committee is meeting today with 10 people who have accused Jeffrey Epstein of sex trafficking. Give me a moment here. Let me just pull something up. Okay. Sorry, I was taking some of your comments here. Checking some of the messages people were sending me. So, 21 minutes until the announcement, and we'll see. Maybe it'll, I mean, again, it's being set up as an event at the White House. So I would not be surprised, if this turns into like a press conference kind of thing. Sometimes these announcements end up being these, press conferences for 45 minutes where he's just taking questions on all kinds of topics. You can see the Reuters headline, Trump set to move Space Command headquarters to Alabama from Colorado. Matt SEKY says, so another BS announcement. We're going to have live footage of the announcement, by the way. You can see Reuters says the Trump administration is planning to announce it will relocate U.S. Space Command headquarters from Colorado Springs, Colorado to Huntsville, Alabama. The move appears to reward a state that overwhelmingly supported President Trump's 3 Republican presidential bids at the expense of one that opposed them, although the administration has not provided a reason for the move. The Pentagon's Public Affairs website said Trump was expected to make a U.S. Space Command HQ announcement at 2 p.m. ET. Later, that wording was removed from the website. The decision would reverse a move made under former President Biden's administration, which had selected Colorado Springs as the permanent home for the military's newest combatant command in 2023. About 1,700 personnel work at Space Command, by the way. Now, I believe the current home is a temporary home. Now, The Reuters says defense officials have previously estimated that relocating the headquarters could cost hundreds of millions of dollars and take several years to complete. I don't know if there was a plan, because I believe the current home is a temporary home. I don't know if the plan, if it had stayed in Colorado, would they still be moving it to a different location or not? To a more permanent location? That I don't know. I think he could get asked about this too. Trump administration use of National Guard in LA violated law, a judge rules. We'll talk about that in a second. But coming up, 18 minutes until Trump's announcement. Mort says, I hope this isn't another playing favorites decision. Vermont's most obese tuba player says, this is huge, I think. I think a number of our viewers want to see Trump just speaking after all the online speculation about his health the last few days after he didn't appear in public from Wednesday to Friday. But he appeared in public both Saturday and Sunday. He appeared I believe at his golf course, one of his golf courses, both of those days. So he has certainly been seen in public. Yeah, this is just this little thing. I just want to mention this because he could get asked about it. You can see the Washington Post says the Trump administration, a federal judge ruled that the Trump administration violated federal law with its use of National Guard troops in Los Angeles. The judge in the case, which was brought by California Governor Newsom, concluded that the National Guard troops carried out domestic law enforcement actions violating the federal Posse Comitatus Act. U.S. District Judge Charles R. Breyer of California, Northern District of California, said in a 52-page opinion that his order was narrowly tailored, writing that the administration was not required to pull back the 300 troops still stationed in Los Angeles, but he blocked them from certain actions and stayed his ruling until next week. I believe the Trump administration is going to appeal this. President Trump sent thousands of troops to Los Angeles earlier this summer amid protests over his administration's immigration actions, sparking immediate legal challenges and criticism. Breyer said his order was limited to California and did not apply to National Guard troops in other states. Trump has threatened to send troops to other cities, including Chicago. I don't know if this order could have an impact on Trump orders, possible orders of National Guard to other states, or whether it could set some legal precedent that would apply in other states. That I don't know. So maybe he'll be asked. I assume if he takes questions today, this is something he might be asked about. Bruce Wayne says, just like the others, that ruling won't stand. Oh, by the way, I do have this video. In addition to the Trump video, I don't know if anything's going to happen on this video. Oh, hold on. What is this? What am I looking at here? I don't even know what this is. This is interesting. Hold on. Let me show you this. While we wait for the Oval Office, I have this video. I got to put my headphones on. So this is a video, a live shot of the House, I guess the House of Representatives. I got to put my headphones on so I can hear. Because what this is, so this is the U.S. House of Representatives, where the House Oversight Committee is meeting with Jeffrey Epstein accusers. I don't know if there's a microphone set up. I don't know if somebody's going to speak after the meeting or something. But this is a live shot of the U.S. at the U.S. House. I don't really see much going on right now. Hey, it's Manu Raju of CNN. Anyways, interesting to look at. I'll leave this up until we get the White House shot. How's that? When we get the White House shot, I'm going to the White House. For now, you can look at this shot from the U.S. House of Representatives. Let's see here. I think the White House shot. Oh, by the way, thanks to Fred Withrow for your support. I really appreciate it, Fred. Thank you. We're supposed to get the White House shot, I think, in a few minutes. A little early, we're supposed to have it. Actually, let me just get ready to show you that. Hang on. One moment. Okay, so as soon as I have the shot from the White House, I'll throw it up there. Let me also check if in the last few minutes President Trump posted on Truth Social. 5 hours ago, President Trump posted. Here's what President Trump posted on his Truth Social this morning. Maybe he'll say something about this today, even though it's not about moving the Space Command headquarters. On Truth Social, President Trump posted earlier today, Chicago is the murder capital of the world. And he said at least 54 people were shot in Chicago over the weekend. 8 people were killed. The last 2 weekends were similar. Chicago is the worst and most dangerous city in the world by far. Pritzker needs help badly. He just doesn't know it yet. I will solve the crime problem fast, just like I did in D.C. Chicago will be safe again and soon. Make America great again. So maybe he'll say something about that during his appearance. Certainly sounds like he's getting ready to maybe, send some National Guard and or federal law enforcement in there? Okay. All right, so we are waiting for the shot from the White House, which we should have quite soon, actually. Hey, quick thanks to Owl Hippie for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Also, Kellen Ved. I don't know if I thanked Kellen Ved yet for being a member. Thank you. Shout out to our moderators again. Ruth Krafasi, Janet B. over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. On Facebook, K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, thanks so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks for moderating. Coming up, President Trump's announcement about moving Space Command headquarters, but who knows what else he will talk about. Oh, thank you, Pepe. Pepe is here. Thank you, Pepe, for your support. This is extra video we have as some Jeffrey Epstein accusers meet with the House Oversight Committee today. So this is like bonus video. but it is live. Cut the BS says, I wonder if there could also be a possible name change announcement from the Department of Defense to the Department of War, as he had mentioned prior. It's an interesting thought by our viewer, Cut the BS. It's something that Trump has suggested is coming. I have not heard that's going to be announced today. Maybe they'll do, I don't know if they would do a separate announcement for that, but you never know. Interesting suggestion from Cut the BS. That thing is being moved. Then Stonky the Clown mentioned that AZ Intel said there's supposed to be a U.S. military flyover tomorrow at the White House. I don't know what's going on with that. Alert DC. Is Alert DC like a public alert site? Hold on a second here. Oh, the official, here it is, Alert DC. It's the official emergency alert. Thanks for to AZ Intel, who I follow, for posting about this as well. Look at this. Alert DC, says, that's an official alert post from the city government. The U.S. military will conduct a flyover in the NCR over the White House tomorrow at 11 a.m. Why, I have no idea. I don't know if that has to do with a White House event or something else. I don't know. Oops, hold on. Let me put the live shot back up. I'm waiting for the White House shot. No White House shot yet. Soon. The NCR, I believe, stands for National Capital Region. Again, I don't know anything about what that flyover is for. A flyover over the White House tomorrow at 11 a.m. Maybe there's some announcement planned for tomorrow. Chicken Lips says flyover on the way to Venezuela. Now Diane says, is there a head of state visit tomorrow? Maybe there is. Yeah, that's Diane Funstein said that. I was wondering if there's some, I mean, there might be an event at the White House. That's what you'd think. I'm not aware. But, one of our viewers said, Hater Rock says, because China's having one. China is having on Wednesday morning a military parade. I believe that Putin and Kim Jong-un are attending. If I have that right. I don't know specifically if the flyover is related to that, though. Yeah, look at this. North Korea's Kim Jong-un to line up with the big boys at China military parade. Kim Jong-un's trip to Beijing this week offers a reclusive young North Korean leader an unprecedented opportunity to stand beside partners from China and Russia, gain implicit support for his banned nuclear weapons, and expand his diplomatic circle. Kim rode into the Chinese capital, says Reuters, in his signature armored train today, ahead of his attendance at a military parade to be held by China to commemorate the end of World War II. He has never attended a world event with so many other foreign leaders. It marks one of his most momentous diplomatic moves since holding historic summits with Donald Trump during Trump's first term. More than 24 national leaders will attend. The Kremlin has said Russian President Putin and Kim will flank Chinese President Xi on either side during the parade. Hey, thanks to Hermit Ersatz for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you. If you're wondering what Space Command does, on their website it says their mission is they work with allies and partners, and they plan, execute, and integrate military space power into multi-domain global operations in order to deter aggression, defend national interests, and when necessary, defeat threats. Space Command says our competitors have demonstrated their intent to hold our space capabilities at risk. Therefore, we will always defend our national interests, deter aggression, and support our allies and partners. Should deterrence fail, the combat power generated by our command and joint force will enable us to win. They're dedicated to space superiority. Space warfighters generate the combat power to win in space. Space provides the warfighter a combat advantage from the ultimate high ground to the last tactical mile. See, it says U.S. Space Command. They call it the ultimate high ground. Oh, thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Kristen. All right, we're waiting. All right, so the Trump announcement is supposed to be in a minute and a half. It may start late because I don't have any video from the White House yet. What I need to do is, hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment here. I have a feeling that we're going to start late from the White House. I have my clock up, but I have a feeling we're going to start late. Hey, thank you to PZ Papa Zulu. I really appreciate your support. Yeah, we'll have the video for you. It looks like maybe, well, I don't know what's going on here. PZ Papa Zulu mentioned this story I'm seeing reported. AP reports up to 600 military lawyers will be authorized by the Pentagon to serve as temporary immigration judges, doubling their ranks. That's a new story from AP. Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary, has approved sending up to 600 military lawyers to the Justice Department to serve as temporary immigration judges. A White House official said today that the Trump administration is looking at a variety of options to help resolve the significant backlog of immigration cases, including hiring additional judges. I got to get my clock off because clearly the clock is not going to work. Clearly, it's not. I mean, clearly, it's not starting on time because it was supposed to be at 2. Let me just get rid of the clock here. Okay. So we are covering live. President Trump is going to announce that the Space Command headquarters is going to be moved to Alabama from Colorado. But, I mean, that in itself doesn't seem like the biggest story. But we're covering this for a couple reasons. First of all, because sometimes when he does these announcements, they turn into like press conferences. And he might have comments about other things or be asked about other things, and you could have big news about what else he talks about. Also, there's been a bunch of speculation running around on social media the last few days because from Wednesday to Friday of last week, President Trump did not appear in public. So, as far as I'm aware. So there's been some speculation. Is there something wrong with his health or something? Now, he appeared this weekend, both days, I believe at his golf course, both days. But anyways, a lot of people are interested in seeing an official presidential appearance from him. So we're going to show this, going to have live footage of this, and we're going to take your comments about it after and see what he has to say. And any time now we should get the footage from the White House, but there's no footage yet. As soon as I have footage from the White House, I will put it on the screen. This is like a bonus shot we have from the House of Representatives, where the House Oversight Committee is meeting with Jeffrey Epstein accusers today. Thanks to Retro AI Unleashed for the membership. Thank you also, Diane Funstein. Oh, Diane said that President Trump is supposed to host the Polish president tomorrow. Thanks, Diane, for checking that out, for finding that out. That's what Diane says. Yes, according to a Reuters story from earlier this month, the Polish president will be at the White House for an official meeting tomorrow. So maybe that's what the flyover is for. Thanks, Diane. Let's see here. Thanks, PZ Wheats, our member. Jackball TV, thanks for the membership. Switch the channel, thank you for your support. Mish NRA, thanks for being a member. Space Cadet, thanks for being a member. V Sofon, thanks for being a member. Hey, Thorn Ravenstar, good to see you. That's so kind of you. Thanks, Thorn Ravenstar, for your support. Thanks, Thorn. Joe Webb, thanks for being a member. So the Trump announcement was scheduled for 2 p.m. It is obviously after 2 p.m. As soon as I have any footage from the White House, I will put it on the screen. J.R. Hodis says, hour late again? I hope it's not an hour late. That looks like maybe a tour group or something. Cut the BS says maybe he'll announce further sanctions against Russia. I'd be surprised if he did that when he's in, like, it seems like. So we're bringing you live coverage. Usually I get some video before the announcement starts. But that I don't even have the pre-video of the White House yet. Some viewers said they were getting lag. The stream seems fine to me. If you are having problems with the stream, please refresh. Thank you. I am not seeing any lagging on my end. Stream is fine on my end. Please refresh if you have issues. Yeah, once in a while, that can happen. But just refresh. A bunch of people, and this is only on YouTube, a bunch of people on YouTube are saying it's totally fine for them. I'm watching my own feed on YouTube. It's fine for me. So I'm sorry if you're having an issue, but please refresh if you're having an issue. Yeah, all these people in the chat are saying mine is fine. So I'm sorry if you're having an issue. I think it's a YouTube thing, but there's nothing I can do. Everything looks good on my end. So again, the subject of today's announcement is Trump will announce Space Command is moving from Colorado to Alabama. He is reversing a Biden-era decision. Biden had chosen to keep it at its temporary headquarters in Colorado. What's happening here? Hey, this is like bonus coverage. So we have bonus coverage. What's happening here? So this camera at the U.S. House of Representatives is they call it a it says stakeout of House oversight meeting with Jeffrey Epstein victims. So I guess this camera is maybe going to see U.S. House members after their meeting with Jeffrey Epstein victims. But there's a microphone there. I don't know when they're coming out. Tomorrow, we will have live coverage of a press conference at, it's supposed to be 10:30 a.m. with 10 accusers of Jeffrey Epstein. That press conference being organized by 2 members of Congress. So I am planning on covering that tomorrow. Thank you to CJ Lars for your support. Also, Hokies alum on Twitch, Secor on Twitch. Hokies alum says, wonder if Trump will mention anything about the Navy buildup off the coast of Venezuela. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. We actually did a stream on that over the weekend if you didn't see it. But what I said is if Trump takes questions today, which he often does when he does appearances like this, I'm guessing he might be asked about the sizable U.S. naval force deployment off the coast of Venezuela, which President Maduro of Venezuela claims is being done to attack the Venezuelan government and attack him, attack his administration. Thank you, Slim Fozzie, for your support on Twitch. Carl Feathers, Sentient Cannabis, thank you. What is this here? I'm seeing another announcement. Hold on a moment. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Give me a moment here. I'm seeing something. Where is this? I saw a report, and I'm not seeing the actual announcement. That's weird. I don't understand. Anyways, I saw kind of an odd report about the Middle East, but I'm not seeing it be backed up. So I will keep an eye out for news from the Middle East. I'm not seeing good sourcing on it. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel just released a statement on his X account saying among other things, now we are facing the decisive stage. I believe in you. IDF soldiers, conscripts, and reservists. I don't know that that means something as particular big is happening today with Israeli forces. All right, I'll keep an eye out for that. You know, Israel has been planning on doing a major offensive on Gaza City. I have not seen specific announcement about the timing of this other than it was supposed to be at 2. I have not seen specifics. I will say Fox News says soon. CNN says any moment. Thank you, John Payne. John, I am showing this video is just a bonus video. The speech is at the Oval Office. As I said earlier, this is a bonus video because the House Oversight Committee is meeting with Jeffrey Epstein victims today. So while we wait for the video from the White House, I have this on because we may see something on this video related to Jeffrey Epstein. So that's why I have this on. This is a bonus coverage while we wait for the Trump administration. Guys, if you are having any issues with the feed, please, on YouTube, please refresh. Usually refreshing on YouTube fixes the issues. Oh, thank you also to Fred Flintstone for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you, Fred Flintstone. Yeah, I'm confused. Hector Delgado sent me this, our viewer. I saw it elsewhere too. ABC News posted 10 minutes ago that an IDF official said Israel has begun its ground operation in Gaza City. The thing is, I haven't seen that reported anywhere else. So I'm a little confused about that ABC News report. I mean, I've been checking Israeli sources, and I don't see it from them. So I'm kind of confused. Also, you know, beginning the ground operation in Gaza City could mean a lot of things. You could send in some advance force to do a little something or other, and that could be considered the start of the operation. So I'm iffy on that report right now until I hear more. Because I haven't seen it anywhere else. It is 2:15. We do not yet have the video from the White House. Now, the last time we covered something from the White House, when was it? Last Tuesday? What was the thing we covered that started an hour late? Or over an hour late? Oh no, that was the cabinet meeting. The cabinet meeting was last Tuesday, and that started over an hour late. So I'm hoping it's not an hour late. Hey, can I just ask people on YouTube? I'm not seeing people complain about this anywhere else. Some of the viewers on YouTube say there's an audio issue. Can I just ask, is everyone having an audio issue? Because most people are not complaining about an audio issue. So if you're not all having an audio issue, then yeah, a lot of people are saying no issues. So given that for some people it's fine, there's nothing I can do about it. Because if it was an issue with the actual broadcast, you would all be having it. And so many people are posting in different platforms, no audio issue, audio is fine. So again, if you are having a problem, please refresh. There are plenty of people who say it's all good. Thank you. Oh, Chad Pergram from Fox says Epstein victims are now arriving at Capitol Hill to meet with lawmakers, okay? So that's an update from Chad Pergram from Fox. Epstein victims are now arriving on Capitol Hill to meet with lawmakers. That's why this camera's there. Still no video from the White House. Ooh, what is this? Hold on a second here. Why is that on? Hang on. We might be getting you videos soon. Just give me a moment here. I'm hoping to get an early shot from the White House. I think I might have one soon. Hey, thank you, Hermit, Ersatz. Hermit says sometimes when there are a lot of viewers on YouTube, he gets issues on YouTube and he needs to refresh. I should ask YouTube about that. I have Reuters is supposed to have a White House feed. AFP is supposed to have a White House feed. Neither of those is live yet. A number of our viewers have expressed interests in seeing how Trump is doing health-wise. I have heard no reports that he is having any health issues. And nothing new. Yeah, there's an odd story. ABC, about 15 minutes ago, ABC News claimed that ABC News posted a story 15 minutes ago claiming that an IDF official said Israel has begun its ground operation in Gaza City. I've seen no announcement from the IDF saying that. I also have not seen it in Israeli reporting. I'll let you know if I hear anything. I'm just not seeing it. Thanks Storming Art, who says the health rumors about Trump come from rumors. Health issues come from rumors on social media, not from any actual source. Hey, let me show you this story that's being reported about the. This is something that Trump might be asked about today if he takes questions. Look at this. AP reports Pentagon authorizes up to 600 military lawyers to serve as temporary immigration judges. Defense Secretary Hegseth has approved sending up to 600 military lawyers to the Justice Department to serve as temporary immigration judges. According to a memo reviewed by AP, the military will begin sending groups of 150 attorneys, both military and civilians, to the Justice Department as soon as practicable. And the military services should have the first round of people identified by next week, said the memo. Immigration courts are dealing with a massive backlog of roughly 3.5 million cases. However, numerous immigration judges have been fired or left voluntarily after taking deferred resignations offered by the administration, according to their union. Now, I don't know if there's any kind of issue with putting military judges who don't normally do immigration cases and making them into immigration judges. That's beyond my level of knowledge, whether there might be any kind of issue with that. Uh-oh. Hold on a second here. Everything's under control. I just have to be ready to get you the footage when I get it for you. There's still no live shot from the White House yet. Still no live shot from the White House. That is what we are waiting for. The announcement was scheduled for 2. It is now 2:24 p.m. I am just getting ready to show you what's happening. Lori Fry Duncan says, running late, aren't they? Yes. I'm not seeing any updates about the timing of this. I'm looking. Thank you to, by the way, Mitchell Pilot. Yeah, Mitchell Pilot, I mentioned that report earlier. I find no other mention of that report about Israel from ABC News. So I don't really, I'm skeptical. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. I appreciate it. Thank you, Storming Art, as well. Librac Productions, thanks for the membership. Catherine McGraw, thank you. John Payne, thank you. History Honk and Lana are members. Crypto King, thank you. John Stevens. Also, shout out to our Facebook subscribers like Chuck Mosca, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Oh, Paul Anderson's moderating as well. Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for subscribing over there. Also, thanks to Avi Wersh on Twitch and Haunted Wind on Twitch. And Secor on Twitch. A lot of people want to see Trump appear today. We will see him soon. Axios is reporting that President Trump said in an interview today that his administration will seek an immediate hearing from the Supreme Court on last week's appeals court decision that said most of his tariffs were illegal. So we covered that last week. An appeals court, a U.S. appeals court, ruled that most of the Trump tariffs are illegal. And now that is expected to go to the Supreme Court. Well, President Trump said in an interview today, according to Axios, that the Trump administration will seek an immediate hearing from the Supreme Court. He calls the situation an emergency. All right, it is 2:28 p.m. We still do not have a shot from the lighthouse. A lot of time. I mean, the reported topic of this announcement is that Trump is going to announce that Space Command is moving from Colorado to Alabama. But very often he takes other questions and talks about other things. So I would expect, given that they're making an appearance out of it, that he'll talk about other things. I haven't seen any announcement that it was moved. Space Fraggle thinks Trump will not attack Venezuela, just a distraction. Oh, I got an update from the pool. Thanks, Kelly Chandler, for reminding me to check the pool report. So the White House pool reporter, Michael A. Wilner, said, now, as of 14 minutes ago, the White House pool reporter said, the White House has not officially called your pool to gather or informed us of a change of schedule, but we are nevertheless gathered at the press room doors for the president's announcement, which was scheduled for 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So at the last update from the White House press pool is the White House has not, from 14 minutes ago, is the White House has not officially called for your pool to gather or informed us of a change to the schedule. So what the pool is, it's a smaller group of reporters that covers events in the White House and then shares that reporting with other news outlets because if they can't let everybody in. So the White House pool is a smaller group of reporters. They have cover stuff at the White House at all times. So in the Oval Office, there'll be, there's a designated pool reporter too, who sends out these White House pool reports to everyone. I don't know if technically the pool on a day like today is one people or several people. I don't know. But there's at least one there today, Michael Wilner, whose responsibility is to report to everyone about what he has seen, if I have that right. But again, that's the latest I've seen from him. And he said there was no change of schedule announced. I know presidential events often start late. I don't know, because last Tuesday when we covered the cabinet meeting, that started over an hour late. And this is going to start late. I don't know if they were usually this late, the first part of Trump's second term. I feel like they're maybe getting later as we go forward. I just don't remember them being this late the first few months of the term. Uncle Bob, this is President Trump who will be speaking. What is this guy saying? This is again, we're looking at a camera from the U.S. House.
What's up, Big Mike?
This is like a bonus camera, but President Trump is speaking at the White House.
It's always one of my favorite stakeouts. Father Damien, really? That was his deal?
Yeah, all through impeachment and stuff. And the tours would come by, and then he would start telling you about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
3 Catholic priests have statues.
Yeah.
Father Damien,
Yeah.
Inipro Sarah,
Oh, right.
and then the guy right at Will Rogers is Joliet, I think. What's his name? No, guy who discovered the Mississippi, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of our viewers asked, so I mentioned before that an official D.C. Alert account said there's going to be a White House flyover tomorrow at 11 a.m. And one of our viewers, Diane Funstein, had mentioned that it was reported that the Polish president is supposed to be at the White House tomorrow for a visit. So, and that's supposed, the flyover is supposed to be, I think, at 11 a.m. But one of our viewers, Just Data, said, is the flyover happening during the Epstein victim testimony? There's supposed to be an Epstein accuser press conference at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, which I'm planning on covering. So maybe the flyover will happen during the press conference. I don't know.
Southern Florida. And it's August, and the temperature, it's 89-degree water temperature. You're in there 10
It is 2:34 p.m. The announcement was supposed to be at 2 p.m. I have not
starts to equalize, so that's what happens down there, man. I'm fine after a few hours.
heard anything specific
Is it? Yeah.
uh,
How long you guys
about scheduling changes.
for? Who's meeting? Oh. Go ahead.
Fox News is still saying soon.
Is John Roberts at work? Someone asked me. He was in the hospital with malaria. Malaria. This is like 1923. Yeah.
Hold on.
How do you get malaria?
I do have for you, I do have a view of the White House. Hey guys, let's switch to a live shot of the White House. Are you ready for a live shot of the White House? This is the White House. It's live from Reuters. That is live. Now, this feed will also have Trump's announcement on it. This feed. All right, so again, you are looking at the White House. At least I got you the White House. I don't see Trump in the picture. Still looking. I haven't listened to it. President Trump I believe, is made an appearance on the Scott Jennings radio show today, which I have not heard yet. I should listen. It's playing right now. I can't play it. Nandita Bose of Reuters said his voice sounded a bit rough on the interview. I'm going to listen on my phone for a second. I have to mute it, though. I don't own the rights to the Scott Jennings show. But let me see if I can listen to it for 2 seconds here. I'll mute myself for a second. Hold on. I'm going to mute myself and listen. I just listened to it for about 5 seconds. I don't really know that it sounds any more rough than normal. Is there any chance this Scott Jennings interview is live? So Scott Jennings right now has on his X account, it's the Scott Jennings radio show. Now, the interview is playing, but I would assume this was recorded earlier. I can't imagine he's doing this interview right now. I didn't hear the start of it. I'll post the link to the interview. Again, my guess is that the interview with Scott Jennings would have been done earlier today. I didn't hear it, so I'm not sure. No, this is you're looking at a live shot of the White House. And this feed will actually have the announcement on it. The Trump announcement has not started. Numerous outlets today reported that Trump today will announce the Space Command headquarters is moving. And on a Pentagon website, they even had there earlier today that the announcement was about the moving the Space Command headquarters. Will he announce something else? I don't know. It is now 2:40 p.m. The announcement was supposed to be at 2. There has been no announcement about a schedule change. There has been no update from the White House press pool, which said about 25 minutes ago that they had not heard anything about a schedule change. Okay, where is that? Hold on a second. Oh, the White House went live. The White House went live. The White House stream just went live. Okay, that's something to keep an eye out for. Give me a second here. Let me do this. The White House feed is live, but it's not showing anything. It's also a spinning circle. Hey guys, the White House feed is a spinning circle. Usually the White House goes live and there's a graphic that says coming soon or starting soon. Right now, the White House feed is just, it says we will begin shortly. President Trump makes an announcement. I should get footage before. Hold on. All right, hang on a moment. Let me just show you this. Let me show you this. I'm putting it on the screen for you right now. There. We will begin shortly. Maybe I'll do it this way. Look, we will begin shortly. President Trump makes an announcement. Again, widely reported that this announcement will be that the U.S. Space Command headquarters is being moved from Colorado to Alabama. So is starting an hour late the new norm now? Because the last presidential appearance he did was on Tuesday of last week, and that was the cabinet meeting, and that was over an hour late. So I wonder if this is kind of the new standard that I should expect. Callie Voltaire says fashionably late. Yes, according to AP reports that, Reuters says that Trump will announce that he will relocate U.S. Space Command headquarters from Colorado Springs, Colorado to Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you to Air Fryer for your support. Why did this happen? That just messed up. What happened here? Hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Thank you, Val Cargo and Crypto King. And Victoria Neeson, our member. I still do not have footage from the White House. I mean, inside the White House. That has not popped up. New pool report. I have a breaking update, news update for you. News update with our news update graphic. Look at that. The news update is that the White House pool says the pool has gathered 5 minutes ago and we are moving toward the Oval Office. Again, Michael Wilner, White House pool reporter, says the pool officially gathered at 2:40 Eastern Time. We are moving toward the Oval Office. I think it's really happening. It's really actually going to start. Now, just a heads up here. People get angry with me. There's multiple feeds I have access to. So when the event starts, I will get you what I feel is the best feed for you with the video and audio. Sometimes what happens is a few seconds in, I need to switch because I got to see which one's the best. So if a couple seconds in, you briefly hear double audio, that's because I am switching to the best shot. So no need to yell at me in the chat. I am fully aware of that, but the point is to sometimes I start showing one shot, and then I see, oh, that shot is way better, or that audio is way better, and I switch it because I can't tell until it starts. So there might be a second or two of that while I'm switching it for you. I see somebody walking in front of the White House on the White House shot. I don't know if that's security or not. Down here. That person down here. Look, there's somebody walking. Guys, any moment now, this event is supposed to start. Katia Goba, who is with the Washington Post, just reported that a teary-eyed Representative Nancy Mace, who is a Republican in Congress, she says a teary-eyed Nancy Mace just exited the room where members are meeting with Epstein survivors. By the way, on X right now, I just noticed that, oh, hold on, there he is, there's Trump. Here's Trump right there. There he is. Hold on a second. Hold on. All right, wait a second. One moment here. One moment here.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very important day and an important announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can say this group is every one of them. I rate a 10. I can't always say that, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement, 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama, we love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it, Huntsville in particular, so congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job, and Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loved you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force, so important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia, and now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished Spacecom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DoD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments, and where did they say Spacecom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead, because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the President for the last 3 or 4 years about this, if I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
JD, would you like to say something?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive, and so it's in Alabama. But as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Let me just say, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. And thank you for doing this because it was the right thing to do. When they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go, and like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense, to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the president held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the president named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this president standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now? You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that, and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago, and our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing, and you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Somerville talked about the cost savings
Yeah.
associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, and I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own, pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff.
I'm glad it's
Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know. It's Labor Day weekend, so I would say a lot of people know. I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You have said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really, I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors, where they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry, that's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. I'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, but I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just, We've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have. There's something going on. And it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week?
Yeah, I don't want to. I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Will there be any consequences if there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President Zelensky?
Yeah,
and what could those consequences be?
We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week they lost 7,000 between the two countries. 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but, you know, they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel. They had, I guess, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the 2 worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with, they should have had the water coming down, like I said. You know, we had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to L.A. It's so badly run. But if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had, last week it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I say, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem, and we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, except really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network, and they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, they were black, and they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago. Please, we need help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But, you know, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, having a certain ability, not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift a gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police. As you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have I would say Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean, and they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place, and you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street, even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Mr. President, as you're calling on Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime, do you see your efforts here in D.C., including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters not only with crime, but also issues that matter to everyday American people's lives? So
Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like, we cleaned up Los Angeles. We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done, there's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad day. And you know, remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great. He's not. We're the ones that did it, and that's okay. Whatever it takes. But the main thing is we. But he got up and said we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. You know, we have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very unsafe very quickly. So it's an honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents wouldn't do what I'm doing. I don't need this heat. But when I watched television last night and I'm watching the news and I see that 9 people were killed in Chicago and 54 were badly wounded with bullets, I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this, I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, you know, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise decisions. But the tariff question, because without the tariffs, this country is in serious, serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason somebody wanted to be politically correct, I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries. I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated. So actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's cameras all over the place, right, including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be, where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe from the renovations.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think. Yeah. So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are they're all sealed. You can't open them.
You were saying regarding the federal.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know. It works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now, I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you, but those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to follow up with what you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your ability.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
You called it highly partisan in your
Well,
social
it certainly
media
is.
posts.
It certainly
and
is.
in fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now. And we're able to, you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years, and we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID, and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision, and frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars, and by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they're all happy, everybody's happy, but some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7-4. With one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, you know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that. Because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, you know, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do that. Oh, if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, you know, a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion. And they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
You talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
NATO is concerned about an attitude about this.
Sure, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. You know, sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President, reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India? You had posted.
No, we get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, more traditionally, car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada, a lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. When you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Mr. President,
Go ahead,
in light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats and violence?
Religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now, and we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done, and we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. We'll get somebody else. The problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission with him and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat. And they cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good on management. They're no good at government. But they're great at cheating. And they stick together, too. I give them credit for sticking together.
Mr. President,
please.
Obviously, this is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We've all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, go ahead.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. The state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs.
3,000 spin-off.
with 3,000 spin off. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right, we're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just...
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. He's way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person. But he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But, yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest. Even if they were doing badly, the United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big. And I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did, but we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiators. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here, you know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, you know, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. You know, they've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight? Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know, but China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
Everyone March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge. But very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was President Trump.
Guys, thanks, press. Thank you. Let's head out. Let's go, guys. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thanks, guys. Let's go. Keep going.
Thank you, press.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, we got some bonus video. Look, we got bonus video. The video is still going. The video is still going. Oh, now it's getting cut off. Hey, look what got announced. Look what got announced during that appearance by President Trump. This is big news, guys. Look at this. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. We got big news going on. Big breaking news. Let me get it on the screen for you. Breaking news happening. Breaking news. Here we go. Marco Rubio confirms that, as President Trump just announced moments ago, today the U.S. military conducted a lethal strike in the southern Caribbean against a drug vessel which had departed from Venezuela and was being operated by a designated narco-terrorist organization. And President Trump said in his, President Trump said that in the appearance, he said the U.S. had shot out this boat, shot out the boat. Now, are we going to hear more about this today? I mean, are we going to get more details? This is really big news. Trump said that the U.S. shot out a vessel from Venezuela carrying a drug boat, he said. And Marco Rubio confirmed it. Secretary of State Rubio confirmed it. Remember, the U.S. has been putting into place this very sizable naval force near Venezuela. There's speculation, and the stated reason I've seen from some officials is that it's to prevent drugs coming out of being exported from Venezuela, and to act against the cartels. But there's speculation in that they might end up taking some action against President Maduro, because the U.S. has said that. The Trump administration has said that President Maduro of Venezuela is the head of a major cartel, a cartel they call a terrorist organization. And they say he's the head of it. And just in the last few weeks, I think it was, the U.S. increased the reward for information leading to the arrest or It was arrest or something of Maduro to $50 million. I'll show you that. Right here, look. I have it for you right here. If I can get this on the screen here. Oh no, that's the old one. That's 25 million. There's a newer one. That's 50 million. Arrest and or conviction. Where's the new one? Here's the statement, by the way. Reward offer increase of up to $50 million for information leading to the arrest and or conviction of Nicolas Maduro. And this is where Marco Rubio said, Department of State, Maduro has been a leader of Cartel de los Soles, which is responsible for trafficking drugs into the United States. On July 25th of this year, the U.S. Department of the Treasury designated Cartel de los Soles as a specially designated global terrorist. So, again, today, the U.S., according to President Trump and Marco Rubio, the U.S. has carried out a lethal strike against a drug vessel from Venezuela. We just heard this. President Trump just announced it. Marco Rubio just confirmed it. So this is a big deal. I'm going to take some comments from you guys. I want to take some comments from you while I try to get some updates. Here, look at this headline. Look at this headline here. Trump says U.S. has carried out strike against drug-carrying vessel that departed from Venezuela. Wild Bill says, where's the proof? I wonder if we'll see some sort of proof from the administration. Hey, let me say a couple quick thank yous here, by the way. We have, I want to thank to Stacy Chit Chats, thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, Dupper Bob, CC, Lena Lopez, Martin Gingrich, Karen G, Temi Denk, Tim Glenn, Denim Donuts, Mitchell Pilot, thanks for your support. Alpha Cry, thanks so much, Alpha Cry. Also, Matt Folger, who thinks this generation is about to get their first U.S. imperial action in Latin America. Thanks Holly J, The Stitchery Dorset, Sticks and Stones, Choctaw Native, Lisa Sawyer. Thanks for your support of the channel. Also, thank you to GoGoFo69 on Twitch, and Guy from the 207 and R. Conjo. And also, shout out to our moderators. We have 13 Alamo, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai, 3 Sarah, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch, on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and over on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi, Roberts May Queen over there moderating. Thank you. You can see here, AP says, President Trump said today that the U.S. has carried out a strike in the southern Caribbean against a drug-carrying vessel that departed from Venezuela. He offered scant details on the operation. Secretary of State Rubio said on X the vessel was being operated by a designated narco-terrorist organization. He described the operation as a lethal strike. The U.S. had recently announced plans to boost its maritime force in the waters off of Venezuela to combat threats from Latin American drug cartels. The U.S. has not signaled any planned land incursion by the thousands of personnel being deployed. Still, President Nicolas Maduro's government in Venezuela has responded by deploying troops along Venezuela's coast and border with neighboring Colombia, as well as by urging Venezuelans to enlist in a civilian militia. Our viewer Austin Batman says, lethal, how many did we kill? I don't have details. I'd like to get more details on this. Breaking news. Also, President Trump did say in his appearance that we're going in, meaning we're sending National Guard to Chicago, although he did not give a timeline for it. President Trump, some of the other things he announced, he said that I don't even know about this. There was a viral video that supposedly showed things being thrown out of the White House. I had not heard of this. And then President Trump seemed to have not heard of it. He suggested it might be AI, and then Peter Doocy showed him the video on the phone. The New York Post actually posted about it. I don't have the rights to the video. I'll put a link in the chat to the New York Post story about it. So that's the first I had heard of it. Where is it here? I know it's here because I saw it from them before. Here it is. I'll post a link to the New York Post story. Viral video shows mysterious objects being tossed from White House window. And then the Post said that the person behind this was a contractor who had been carrying out regular maintenance. Oh, the Post said a White House official said that the person behind what happened was a contractor who'd been carrying out regular maintenance while Trump was away. The video showed a person repeatedly tossing items out of a top floor window of the White House. I'm actually watching a clip of the video. I was watching a clip of the video. Anyways, so President Trump said he didn't seem to be aware of it. He also said the windows don't open, I think. Anyways, I don't even know if it's a real video. I have no idea. I posted the link, right? Yeah, I'll post the link again for you, and you can read about it if you want. I don't have a link to I don't have the actual video. So there's that. Oh, let me read some more comments here about the situation with the Venezuelan boat. Thanks to PZ Papa Zulu, who says, I said before drug interdiction and intelligence gathering. This close, they can use drones and see what is being loaded on each boat. Thanks, DJ. Thank you, DJT. Thank you to PZ Papa Zulu. Oh, yes. Well, thanks for reminding me, Adrienne. Governor Pritzker of Illinois is supposed to speak this afternoon, which he has done before. He did it last week, too. He's supposed to speak about Trump's threat to bring... Trump says he's going to send National Guard troops to Chicago, which is in Illinois. So, yes, Governor Pritzker is supposed to speak. If he speaks while we're on the air, we'll show you that. But again, he spoke last week, too, on the same topic. Let me see if I can find any updates about this U.S. conducting a lethal strike on a boat coming out of Venezuela. That's a big story. Let me see if anyone else has updates on that. Hold on a moment here. Give me one moment here. The only things I've seen about it are what President Trump said in Marco Rubio's post. That's the only thing so far I've seen about details I've seen given about the boat. President Trump said it just happened. Our viewer Keen Eye, 8 Crows, says, I'm guessing Maduro won't be very happy about it. Captain Dave says, big story but no video. Well, maybe the U.S. government will, maybe the Pentagon will release a video. I've been looking at different articles here, and I'm not seeing anything yet besides what President Trump said and what Marco Rubio said. TC1 Messenger said, "Is that an act of war?" I'm looking to see what comes out of Venezuela about this. I haven't seen any kind of statement from the Venezuelan government, including Maduro, about it. I could show you again what President Trump said. If I can just cue it up here. Where was that? The thing is, I'm not sure where he said it. Let's see if I can pull it up for you. It was sort of early in his appearance. I found it. I found it. Here it is right here. This was moments ago when President Trump talked about it during his appearance. I'm putting it on the screen for you right now. Oops, I just need to make it bigger. Here is President Trump talking about the Venezuela boat.
But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago. And our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing, and you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela, and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please?
So he said you'll get to see that. You'll get to see that. So are they going to do some kind of press release or some release of a video or something? He did say you'll get to see it. Distant Galaxy says we better not find out the boat they took out were just village fishermen. I mean, I would assume they had some evidence for what it was doing. Austin says we have yet to see a Department of Defense video. I haven't seen anything released yet. I actually haven't even heard a comment from the Department of Defense. We got to, I mean, Marco Rubio posted about it. He's Department of State. I'm not seeing anything on the Department of Defense website. By the way, Governor Pritzker of Illinois is supposed to speak about reports of federal deployments to Chicago. He is supposed to speak momentarily. So if that actually starts in a few minutes like it's supposed to, I'll put it on the screen for you. I'm keeping an eye out for that right now. Nick Na thinks nobody cares about a tiny drug boat? Norm McDougall says, make Chicago great again. And he did confirm, if you watched, you heard this, that the Space Command headquarters is being moved to Alabama from Colorado. As Callie Voltaire mentioned, so before Marco Rubio posted about the details, posted about the boat, what happened, look at this. Oops, right here. So if you look at Marco Rubio on X, so here is where he said, as President Trump just announced moments ago, today the U.S. military conducted a lethal strike in the southern Caribbean against a drug vessel which had departed from Venezuela and was being operated by a designated narco-terrorist organization. Before that, 7 minutes before that, he did, now what is this? It says cloud equals fire? Or maybe cloud means like guns firing, but it's like either cloud or smoke burst from a gun or something equals fire. Smoke equals fire? I don't know if it's, but it's like smoke coming from the side. I don't know. Is that the smoke emoji? People are saying it's smoke. But I don't know if he meant to say like this, the on the left is supposed to be the gun firing from the U.S. boat or something. Because he posted that right before posting about the taking out the Venezuelan boat. So I don't know. All right, so I think in a moment we're supposed to hear from J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. Hey, thanks to Tyler Becker for your support. And regarding what's going on in Venezuela, I mean, if you haven't been keeping up with that, you can see here. Venezuela's Maduro says U.S. seeking regime change with naval buildup. Reuters says there has been a large naval buildup in the southern Caribbean and nearby waters, which U.S. officials say aim to address threats from Latin American drug cartels. But Maduro, the Venezuelan interior minister, and other officials have said the U.S. is threatening their country and the buildup is meant to justify an intervention against them. Maduro said Monday in a rare press conference that the U.S. is seeking a regime change through military threat. Maduro said yesterday Venezuela is confronting the biggest threat that has been seen on our continent in the last 100 years. He said his country is peaceful but will not bow to threats. He said Venezuela's military is super prepared. Oh, J.B. Pritzker is speaking. Hold on a second. Let's hear Governor Pritzker talking right now. Governor Pritzker is speaking. Let's go to that. Hang on. I'm putting this on right now. I'm putting it on for you right now. Wait. This is live, coming up now. I got to get it started here. Where is... Here.
Or the state of Illinois. I want to take a moment at the top of my remarks to note how truly extraordinary it is for the federal government to refuse to coordinate with local law enforcement and government. Our state police regularly works with the FBI, the ATF, the DEA to go after gangs and gun runners and drug cartels. Under previous White House administrations, we regularly received notice and worked together on crime-fighting operations. This city has hosted major political conventions, flashpoint events like the NATO conference, and huge sports and entertainment gatherings. Coordination between all levels of government, some like the Democratic National Convention. Deployment of the Illinois National Guard for broad security purposes, including especially terrorism. For that four-day event, there were conversations and meetings that began 1 year before the convention between my office, the mayor's office, the county board president's office, CPD, state police, the FBI, the Secret Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. The mayor and I were briefed at the highest levels of government, and we pledged unwavering support in the effort to pull off a convention that kept attendees safe and protected the rights of all citizens to express their First Amendment rights. The convention was a true success because of that collaboration. Fighting crime requires coordination. We have experienced nothing like that over the past several days and weeks. On Saturday, the head of the Illinois State Police received a phone call from CBP's Chief Patrol Agent, Gregory Bovino, indicating that ICE would be deploying to Chicago. It's the first outreach we have received from the Trump administration on this topic. Bovino was short on details and long on rhetoric. So in the absence of significant federal coordination, we've gathered information from unauthorized patriotic officials inside the government and from well-sourced reporters about Donald Trump's plan, which is to deploy armed military personnel to the streets of Chicago. I'm aware that the President of the United States likes to go on television and beg me to call and ask him for troops. I find this extraordinarily strange, as Chicago does not want troops on our streets. I also have experience asking the President for assistance, just to have the rug pulled out from underneath me when execution meets reality. I refuse to play a reality game show with Donald Trump again. What I want are the federal dollars that have been promised to Illinois and Chicago for violence prevention programs that have proven to work. That is money that Illinois taxpayers send to the federal government, and it's an insult to any and every citizen to suggest that any governor should have to beg the president of any political party for resources owed their people. I'd like to ask a question of my own, and it's one the press should be asking as well. When did we become a country where it's okay for the U.S. president to insist on national television that a state should call him to beg for anything, especially something we don't want? Have we truly lost all sense of sanity in this nation, that we treat this as normal? As I have done since becoming governor, I've been reflecting on my responsibilities to the people of Illinois. And one of those duties is to share with the public exactly what we know. In the coming days, we expect to see what has played out in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., to happen here in Chicago. First, Donald Trump is positioning armed federal agents and staging military vehicles on federal property, such as the Great Lakes Naval Base. It is likely those agents will be with ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, the Department of Homeland Security, and other similarly situated federal agencies. Many of these individuals are being relocated from Los Angeles for deployment in Chicago. We believe that staging that has already begun started yesterday and continues into today. Second, unidentifiable agents in unmarked vehicles with masks are planning to raid Latino communities and say they're targeting violent criminals. As we saw in Los Angeles, a very, very small percentage of the individuals they will target will be violent criminals. Instead, you're likely to see videos of them hauling away mothers and fathers, traveling to work or picking up their kids from school. Sometimes they will detain, handcuff, and haul away children. They are law-abiding individuals who pay taxes and contribute to the communities, who feel safe going to work and attending mandatory immigration check-ins. In other words, they're following the law. We have reason to believe that Stephen Miller chose the month of September to come to Chicago because of celebrations around Mexican Independence Day that happen here every year. It breaks my heart to report that we have been told ICE will try and disrupt community picnics and peaceful parades. Let's be clear, the terror and cruelty is the point, not the safety of anyone living here. Third, as lawful citizens exercise their First Amendment rights, Trump and his team will be looking for any excuse to put active duty military on our streets, supposedly to protect ICE. We have reason to believe that the Trump administration has already begun staging the Texas National Guard for deployment in Illinois. I want to be very clear on this point, and I want to speak directly to the press right now. We know, before anything has happened here, that the Trump plan is to use any excuse to deploy armed military personnel to Chicago. If someone flings a sandwich at an ICE agent, Trump will try and go on TV and declare an emergency in Chicago. I'm imploring everyone, if and when that happens, do not take the bait. Lastly, after about 30 days or so, we believe that they will pick up all of those resources that they send here to Chicago and send them to the next city in a blue state, ignoring cities in red states with higher violent crime rates than we have. None of this is about fighting crime or making Chicago safer. None of it. For Trump, it's about testing his power and producing a political drama to cover up for his corruption. If you need any proof of this, that it's all a big show, well, look at who they're putting in charge. Gregory Bovino, a guy who desperately wants to be a reality TV star. He led the cruel adventures of ICE in Los Angeles, and he's been sent here to do the very same thing. Go look at his social media. He terrorizes innocent people and then posts on TikTok edits of himself. Apparently, this is a Trump administration norm, because the last time we saw staged major ICE raids in Chicago, they sent Dr. Phil here to embed with the agents so he could get views and likes for his social media. When Bovino pulled these stunts in L.A., people got hurt. 2 innocent people died trying to flee his masked agents. ICE opened fire on a vehicle without dangerous provocation. They detained a disabled 15-year-old, drew their guns on him. They have ripped mothers away from their babies and handcuffed 10-year-olds. In Washington, they pulled over firefighters headed to fight an actual wildfire and detained 2 of the firefighters on duty in that effort. And they want to bring all of that to Chicago. During one of Bovino's raids, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol's own data indicated that their officers had no prior knowledge of criminal or immigration history for 77 of the 78 people arrested. Again, this is not about crime. More and more reports around these raids include people who were stopped or detained because of how they look, and not because of any threat to the public. If any of this was about dealing with the complexities of a broken immigration system, then Trump would have had the Congress Trump Republicans control write and pass a comprehensive immigration bill. Not only has that not happened, there is no talk of any such effort on the horizon. I know how Donald Trump thinks because I've been governor during both of his terms. He has surrounded himself with groveling yes men who are too weak to restrain his most violent and unhinged impulses, or who share those impulses. As a governor who cares about the well-being of my people, I can't live in a fantasy land where I pretend Trump is not tearing this country apart for personal greed and power. I have to deal in facts, and here they are. Crime is down in Chicago. Murders are down by almost 50% in the last 4 years. Shootings are down 57%. Robberies down 34%. Burglaries down 21%. Motor vehicle thefts down 26%. One violent crime is too many, and we have more work to do. But we have made important progress on safety that Trump is now jeopardizing. Just during the last week, I've been in neighborhoods across Chicago, from Bronzeville to South Shore to Chatham to Little Village. The president's absurd characterizations do not match what is happening on the ground here. He has no idea what he's talking about. There is no emergency that warrants deployment of troops. He is insulting the people of Chicago by calling our home a hellhole. And anyone who takes his word at face value is insulting Chicagoans, too. Crime is a reality that we all take seriously, me especially. I've held the hands of grieving mothers who have lost their kids to gun violence. I've been in consistent contact with law enforcement and managed our state through some of its toughest moments. That has informed our comprehensive, evidence-based approach to crime, hiring more police officers and giving them more funding, gun and drug and gang interdiction, investing in community violence intervention, mental health supports, more substance use treatment. Those programs have shown real progress. Then you know what happened? Donald Trump and his Republican allies in Congress cut those programs because they are unserious people who seem to know nothing about fighting crime. We are ready to fight troop deployments in court, and we will do everything possible to ensure that agents operating inside the confines of this state do so in a legal and ethical manner. To Chicagoans, what you can do is look out for your communities and your neighbors. Know your rights. Film things that you see happening in your neighborhoods and your streets and share them with the news media. Authoritarians thrive on your silence. Be loud for America. To everyone listening, but most especially to the press, I refuse to pretend that any of this is normal. I refuse to concede that the abject cruelty that we're seeing play out with the execution of Trump and Stephen Miller's policies are okay or justified. I refuse to fall into the pundit trap that demands we sacrifice vital constitutional rights if it's being done in the fake guise of fighting crime. Because, as I said 6 months ago in my State of the State address, any rational person who has spent even the most minimal amount of time studying human history has to ask themselves on one important question. Once they get the citizens of this nation comfortable with the current atrocities committed under the color of law, what comes next? Now I'd like to turn the podium over to the mayor of the city of Chicago, Brandon Johnson.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, President Preckwinkle, Lieutenant Governor Stratton, for being here, and our Attorney General Raoul, and to the members of the press. Today we stand here united as the state of Illinois, Cook County, and the city of Chicago to send a very clear message. We do not want or need military occupation in our city. We do not want or need militarized immigration enforcement in our city. We have been clear on that, and we will continue to take every single measure that we can to protect our people from these threats. However, I also want to be clear about this. There are measures that the federal government can take right now to help continue to drive down violence and crime in our city. We need the federal government to stop the endless flow of guns into our state and into our city. Chicago police officers have taken more than 24,000 guns, illegal guns, off the streets of Chicago since I've taken office. Over 24,000 illegal guns taken off the streets of Chicago since I've been in office. They have worked hard every single day to make our city safer, and they've made historic progress. However, we will never be able to end gun violence in Chicago as long as the president continues to allow tens of thousands of guns to be trafficked into our state and our city. The vast majority of guns do not come from Chicago. They are not made in Cook County. They are not bought in the state of Illinois. These guns come from red states. They are coming from Indiana. They are coming from Mississippi. They are coming from Louisiana. And that is the harsh reality, whether Republicans like it or not. Occupying our city will do nothing to solve this problem. No matter how much work we do or how hard we work, whether it's expanding our Detectives Bureau, investing in community violence intervention, and addressing the root causes of crime, none of it will ever be enough until the president decides to end the mass trafficking of guns in our city. For every gun that the Chicago Police Department fights to get off the streets, 2 or 3 more new guns come into our city. Chicago will continue to have a violence problem as long as red states continue to have a gun problem. Shootings will continue as long as this presidential administration continues to put politics over people. We have sued Glock over their semi-automatic guns that are easily converted into automatic weapons with switches. We have taken down gun stores in Indiana that illegally sell thousands of guns to traffickers who move them into Chicago. But whatever we shut down, and whenever we do this, another one pops up. The governor has worked extremely hard to strengthen our gun control laws across our state. And as much as we would like to, we cannot send officers across state lines to stop this problem at the source. We only have jurisdiction over our own city. The governor only has jurisdiction over our state lines. It is the role, and more importantly, the responsibility of the federal government and the president to stop the trafficking of weapons across state lines. For every shooting in Chicago, there is a gun trafficker in Mississippi making money. There is a gun trafficker in Louisiana profiting off of our pain. And this is a serious problem that has gone on for far too long, and it requires serious solutions. We wrote a letter to President Biden after a mass shooting in Chicago 2 years ago, asking for more resources to stop gun violence in our city by deploying federal agents to hold these gun traffickers accountable. President Biden responded with more resources and stronger enforcement, and that alone had a significant impact on gun violence in our city. We need President Trump to do the same. Instead of using militarized ICE agents to terrify our communities here in Chicago, instead of sending in Border Patrol to our city to detain mothers and fathers who have called Chicago their home for decades, working class people who pay their taxes and make our communities stronger, they should direct those resources to taking down gun traffickers so that we can finally put a stop to the violence. If the Chicago Police Department had a fighting chance, we could end gun violence in Chicago. But as long as this president allows hundreds of thousands of guns to come into our city, we will always be fighting an uphill battle. And so our call to the president and to his fellow Republicans who want to weaponize the tragedy of gun violence, the Republicans who want to use the pain of families who have lost loved ones to shootings, and who want to use our city as a punching bag. Our response is that they should get their own house in order before they say anything about the city of Chicago. We have done tremendous work with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF in Chicago. On August 4th, ATF worked with the Chicago Police Department to take 171 guns off the streets in just one action. They took 64 machine gun switches. These are devices that turn guns into automatic weapons, and they are almost always found on the scene of mass shootings in our city. These guns are linked to shootings and homicides in Chicago going all the way back to 2017, including the killing of a 14-year-old boy. So my question is, why did Trump cut $468 million from ATF's budget in his nasty signature bill? Why did he cut funding for the agency responsible for getting guns off our streets by almost 30%? Why did he cut 1,465 positions from an agency that is so critical to reducing gun violence? They cut funding from the agency that is actually stopping gun traffickers so they could increase funding for ICE and Border Patrol. I'm going to repeat that again so that it sinks in. Trump gutted the agency that actually catches gun traffickers just so that he could hand money to ICE and Border Patrol. This president doesn't care about gun violence. He just wants his own secret police force that will do publicity stunts whenever his poll numbers are sinking, whenever his jobs report shows a stagnating economy, whenever he needs another distraction from his failures. That's what this is about. The Trump administration continues to try to use the real pain and loss of gun violence victims as a pretext for expanding his own power. Unfortunately, even some elected officials in our city and state have parroted these lies. But here's the truth. Donald Trump is the last person in America who cares about families on the south and west side of Chicago, those who are dealing with violence on a regular basis. He's the last person. The thought doesn't even cross his mind. If he did, he wouldn't have cut $800 million from violence prevention organizations. These are funds that would have gone towards organizations on the south and west side who are on the front lines driving down gun violence. He wouldn't have cut $468 million from ATF. He wouldn't be sending ICE and Border Patrols to Chicago. He would be sending ATF agents to Mississippi. He would be sending these agents to Indiana. He's worried about the wrong border. We don't have an immigration crisis in Chicago. We have a gun crisis, and the president could care less about the real solutions. In closing, violence in Chicago is not because we have too many immigrants. It's because we have too many guns. So our message to Trump continues to be the same. Stop posting truth socials. Stop making statements. Stop threatening to send troops or ICE. Stop defunding our communities. Just do your job and end the trafficking of guns into our city. And thank you. With that, we'll turn the podium over to the Cook County Board President, Tony Preckwinkle.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to thank all of you for being here today. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, Lieutenant Governor Stratton, Mayor Johnson, Attorney General Raoul, for standing in solidarity with the people of Illinois, Cook County, and Chicago. 4 years ago, leaders from the county, the state, and the city formed the Government Alliance for Safe Communities to collaboratively confront the gun violence crisis. This alliance works to maximize the impact of public funding, build cross-sector partnerships, and support organizations working on the ground to reduce violence. Together, we've made historic investments in community safety. Over the last 3 years, Cook County alone has invested over $100 million in community violence intervention and other evidence-backed violence prevention strategies. We will soon launch a new capacity-building network to provide training and technical assistance to strengthen organizations and maximize their impact in communities. Our government partners at the state and city level have also invested at unprecedented levels. Why do I bring this up?
I'm going to cut in here. So I'm expecting Governor Pritzker to take some questions at the end of this. But Governor Pritzker, I kind of want to play again what he said, but he said that that he got a call, or that what did he say? That the city got a call? I have to look this up. But he said ICE will soon be conducting raids in Chicago. And also, he believes that President Trump is going to be sending federal forces to Chicago. He said that Texas National Guard are being staged by Trump to go into Chicago. Yeah, an Illinois official got a call from CBP, said Governor Pritzker, saying that ICE is deploying to Chicago. So are we going to see that in coming days? Major ICE raids and federal troops going into Chicago? I mean, that seems to be what Governor Pritzker said. President Trump today, when we were covering this a little earlier on this stream, he said we're going in when asked about National Guard troops going to Chicago. He didn't say when, he said we're going in. So waiting to see what happens. It's certainly going to be keeping an eye on Chicago in the coming days. And again, I'm expecting maybe Governor Pritzker will take some questions. Reuters said President Trump said today he plans to send National Guard troops to fight crime in Chicago. Governor Pritzker has said that the president lacks legal authority to deploy troops to his state if not requested by the governor. So again, I'm waiting. I'm going to wait until to see if after the current speaker we have Governor Pritzker taking questions, because it's supposed to be a press conference. So my guess is that he will take some questions. So I want to show you this. Hang on a second here. By the way, a quick thanks to Bruce Kaiser, Ron Dykman, YYT, Ruth Krafasi, thanks for your support and for modding. Ron Dykman, Texas Jack, FK Ubignus, Jonathan, PZ Papa Zulu, Matt Folger, thank you. And also Fifth Survivor. But Fifth Survivor, you really need to respect the chat rules. So, but thank you for your support, but you really need to respect the chat rules. Daddy Dino, Yawning on TV, GoGoFo69, thanks for your support over there on Twitch. And also Ziggy Nardust, who says, release the Epstein files. Thank you, Ziggy, for your support on Twitch. So again, waiting for Governor Pritzker of Illinois to take some questions at this appearance. Where he, hold on, let's see what happens. Hold on, what's happening now? Oh, this is not Governor Pritzker. I'm not sure who this is.
Governor, Mr. Mayor, and Lieutenant Governor, I'd like to repeat something the governor said. We cannot, and not anybody in this room can be dumbed down to believing that any of this is normal. President Trump has been utilizing the notion that he and he alone can deal with crime in American cities, and his preferred tool in doing so is the American military. The problem with this approach is that it's both bad strategy and illegal. I won't deny any day that we do have a serious crime problem in Chicago, as do American cities throughout the nation, in red states and in blue states. Recent mass shootings and reports of other crime are horrific. While Chicago's crime problem is serious, it is far from the worst in the country. President Trump's approach of using the military is bad strategy because the National Guard is not trained to do local crime fighting. Furthermore, the use of the National Guard as a crime-fighting force is simply not sustainable. It is further bad strategy because there has been no effort by the president to collaborate with local leaders or local law enforcement. Collaboration and a comprehensive approach is critical to successful crime fighting. Since the outset of my tenure as Attorney General, I and other local law enforcement partners have worked closely with federal law enforcement partners, including the FBI, DEA, ATF, Secret Service, and others, to investigate and prosecute criminal activity in Illinois. This one-team approach to fighting crime, utilizing combined intelligence, experienced, well-trained agents and officers, and state-of-the-art technology has yielded great results. It, combined with the investment in community violence interruption and providing for victims of crime, has led to a significant reduction in crime. If President Trump wanted to contribute to fighting crime in Chicago, he would steer more resources to these federal agencies that are collaborating with local law enforcement instead of dramatically cutting their budget. If President Trump were serious about fighting crime, he would not be cutting funding to proven community violence interruption efforts. If President Trump were serious about fighting crime, I would not have to have sued him 2 weeks ago, sued the Department of Justice 2 weeks ago for threatening to deprive resources for victims of crime based on unrelated immigration criteria. If President Trump were serious about fighting crime, he would not enter into collusive settlement to put machine gun trigger reset back out onto the street, devices back out onto the streets. President Trump's plan is not only bad strategy, but it is illegal. The militia clauses of the United States Constitution give Congress sole authority to decide the circumstances that allow the president to federalize the National Guard. The 10th Amendment preserves state sovereignty to enforce state laws as they see fit. As recognized by Judge Charles Breyer today in California, the Posse Comitatus Act limits the federal government's ability to use the military for domestic law enforcement. Although the president does have limited, and I repeat, limited authority to deploy the National Guard to help federal law enforcement in specific circumstances, none of these circumstances exist in Chicago. We are not being invaded by a foreign nation. There is no rebellion against the federal government as there was on January 6th. There does not exist an inability to enforce federal law in Chicago. Federal courts are open. Federal criminal cases are being prosecuted and investigated every day. And as I mentioned, federal criminal investigations in collaboration with local law enforcement are taking place on a daily basis. The president has failed to establish that any of these prerequisites required by Congress through the Posse Comitatus Act exists. Let's be clear. The president's plan is not about fighting crime. It's purely performative. He wants to demonstrate a show of military force towards American citizens as we would only see in authoritarian countries like China, North Korea, or Russia. He is hoping to sow chaos by inciting out-of-control protests. Chicago, we have demonstrated that we can protest peacefully. It is imperative that we do not take the bait. Exercise your First Amendment rights, but do so peacefully without violence or destruction of property. I invite folks to visit my website, IllinoisAttorneyGeneral.gov, and review free guidance before you participate in protests. This administration frequently disregards our Constitution and federal law. In fact, the president has even questioned whether he has to comply with our Constitution. But we are here to say that no president can flout the Constitution, not here in Illinois. In Illinois, we care about the rule of law, and we intend to preserve it. As Governor Pritzker already said, there is no emergency in Chicago. I've been in touch with the governor's office and the City of Chicago Corporation Council, and we will not hesitate to take action to protect our residents if this administration breaks the law or violates our Constitution. And with that, I'd like to pass the mic to our Lieutenant Governor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Juliana Stratton, and I'm so proud to serve as Illinois' Lieutenant Governor at this moment in history. Thank you to Governor Pritzker, Mayor Johnson, President Preckwinkle, and Attorney General Raoul, and everyone standing here together preparing to defend our people. I've dedicated my entire career to creating safer communities across our state. As Lieutenant Governor, I lead councils and initiatives focused on addressing the root causes of violence and delivering peace. I've had countless conversations with people who have been impacted by crime, and I can say, without a shadow of a doubt, that no one, absolutely no one, has ever asked to militarize our city. This performance by Donald Trump and the puppets in his administration has nothing to do with eliminating crime. This con is about power, control, and fear. Trump is weaponizing federal agents against vulnerable communities in an effort to scare us all. When we see our neighbors snatched from the sidewalk and peaceful residents thrown into unmarked vans, it will hit a nerve, and it should. But he is banking on the heartbreak any decent person would feel watching this abuse so that he can manipulate tensions and further his power grab by sending actual soldiers into Chicago. The Pritzker-Stratton administration has been working closely with community and advocacy organizations to prepare resources ahead of this invasion. And while we can't take the fear of this moment away, we can help equip you to face whatever comes next. If you or someone you love aren't sure what resources exist for immigrants in our state, I want you to go to IllinoisImmigrationInfo.org. Let me repeat that, IllinoisImmigrationInfo.org. On the front page, there's a red button that says Learn Your Rights. That takes you to a complete Know Your Rights toolkit where you can access specific guidance for different scenarios. Also on that front page is a red button that says Get Legal Help. If you or someone you know needs an immigration lawyer, this page has resources for finding representation. IllinoisImmigrationInfo.org also offers a family emergency plan template so you and your family can make a plan together before anything happens. And if you do end up facing an immigration emergency, call the Family Support Network hotline at 1-855-435-7693. There are translation services available and people ready to help. Our goal is not to scare anyone, but to prepare everyone to face some ugly realities in the coming days. Many Illinoisans who look a certain way are going to spend this time living in deep fear. That will mean skipping celebrations, avoiding certain places, and keeping in constant contact with your loved ones. The best thing that those at risk can do in this moment is to prioritize your health, mental wellness, and safety above all else. To those who have the privilege of never knowing what it feels like to question your safety because of how you look, this is your moment to step up and step in. Raise your voices on behalf of those who cannot. Chicago has a long history of peaceful protest. We're no strangers to calling out corruption and speaking up when our rights are on the line. We've shown that peace begets progress, and it's time to do it again. This version of America is not safe for anyone's American dream, but it can be if we take each other's hands and push back against this hate with every fiber of our being. Despite the gaping lack of humanity in Trump's soul, we know who America really is. A place where our ancestors triumphed over evils even greater than those we face today. A place where goodness exists alongside complexity. A place where goodness is real and powerful and worth fighting for. We are with you, Chicago and Illinois. Our only way forward is together. And so, together, we will march. With that, I will ask Governor Pritzker to come back to answer questions from the media. Thank you.
Rose. Well, good. Keep asking. And let's be clear, I'm not going to reveal the sources. These are people who are patriotic Americans who either work in the administration or work in the various branches of the military who've been willing to share what they know with us. Say that again, I'm sorry.
Are you projecting any type of fiscal intervention in case there are raids in Latino communities? Like physically intervening?
We're not asking any of our law enforcement to interfere with the federal government agents that are coming. We are suggesting that there are people who no doubt will be deeply concerned about this, citizens, residents of Chicago, who will speak out, who will film situations that occur and make sure that they're known to the media and that they get known to the rest of the American public. Sorry, Jack.
You responded to one part of what the president said in the Oval Office, but he also said, when asked about the National Guard in Chicago, said, quote, "We're going in." Can you respond to that, and can you tell us, are there any plans for a preemptive lawsuit?
Well, there's no such thing as a preemptive lawsuit. If something occurs that trips the wire that allows us to go into court, and I'll just look at the Attorney General when I say this to get his confirmation, we absolutely will go into court, but that hasn't occurred yet.
His comments aren't enough to trigger that?
We're going in is not enough. No, we don't know this particular factual basis that he would be suggesting to federalize the Guard, and so we have to be able to respond to facts, not predicting what he's going to be relying upon and what they're going to be doing specifically.
And sorry, just to answer the first part of your question, yeah, he said they're sending in troops. I just confirmed for you that we had heard that already, and so we knew that. I want to make sure that whenever we have information, that we share it with the public, make sure that they know, because they need to protect their own rights. Chris.
Can you elaborate on the information that you used at the beginning of your address about things that are going on right now, mobilization that's underway right now? What specifically is underway right now?
Well, we're aware from some media reports, as well as from reporters who have pretty good sources, that they, in fact, have gathered ICE agents and military vehicles, and that there are more ICE agents that are on the way. And again, many of the people who are coming seem to be coming from Los Angeles and having been part of that raid. So if you want to look at what it is that they're planning to do, you could just look at what they did in Los Angeles. Paris.
Mayor, can I ask you?
Is Mayor Johnson allowed to answer questions?
Mayor, can you, will the Chicago Police Department, will the superintendent be authorized to actually arrest federal agents that violate municipal code now on masks and identification?
What you've already seen with our executive order, we made it very clear what the distinction has to be. The local police department's responsibility is to protect the residents of the city of Chicago. That's what their role is. That's what the responsibility is. That's what they'll maintain. The whole point of this is to, ensure that all of the residents across the city of Chicago understand and know the distinction between what the federal agents are engaged in the role of the local police department. If these federal agents decide to work against what our local authority is, we'll use every single tool that is available to us. If you look at the ruling that just took place in Los Angeles, it actually cites what my executive order had already exposed.
Mayor, this is
Why are violent criminals allowed to wear masks in Chicago, but you don't want the ICE agents to wear masks? Oh, I'm sorry. Could you please follow me? No?
Or do you think this weekend was a setback?
Well, look, every time someone is shot, every time someone loses their life to violence, it's a tragedy. My heart breaks every single day when these tragedies occur. But as far as the work that we are doing to drive violence down in the city of Chicago, it's why I'm even more committed after a weekend like the one we just experienced. The fact of the matter is that we have illegal guns that are being trafficked in our city. That's the problem, right? We have done everything in our power locally, getting guns off the streets of Chicago, revamping our detectives bureau. We have a clearance rate of 76%, so we're solving violent crime in Chicago. And look, these are my neighbors. Right? These are my neighbors. You know, I wake up on the west side of Chicago, and neighborhoods across the south side of Chicago have dealt with violence for 60 years. The progress that we are making doesn't mean that we stop. There's more work to do, and I'm going to continue that work.
What do you say to people who might look at how D.C. has seen a reduction in violence, and those who might wonder, had the Guard been here this weekend, 58 people might not have been shot and 8 of them might not have been killed?
Well, if you look at what's happening in D.C., I believe the vast majority of the interactions were for traffic stops and misdemeanors. No one is asking for that in Chicago. In fact, you know, the amount of money that is being spent by the federal government, if we were to have those resources in Chicago right now, I could reopen every single mental health clinic that was closed. I can hire every single young person that was looking for a job. We could double the amount of individuals who are serving as CVI workers. Here's the harsh reality. What the president is proposing does not set us up for long-term sustainability. He's not serious. Because here's another question I would ask. If he was serious, why would he cut 30% from the ATF budget that we have been working with over the course of my administration to get illegal guns off the streets? Yeah.
Mayor Johnson, over 4,000 people have been shot.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi.
Is this for the governor?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You mentioned that you have been concerned that this targeting is targeted because of Mexican Independence Day festivities. Can you speak to any precautions that you're advising for those organizations that are planning those events, or any kind of conversation that you're having about those?
We're learning more about it. It's been mentioned as some of the aim of Stephen Miller. I have not heard that yet from ICE, but we know that what Stephen Miller wants to have happen with ICE is usually what happens. So we're deeply concerned about it. No doubt the mayor, our state police, our CPD, all are going to be on guard, thinking about how do we preserve the lives of and the livelihoods of and protect the people of the city of Chicago in a circumstance where they're simply celebrating their heritage. They shouldn't be interrupted in this way. This is an aim of this government. They don't actually care if you're here and undocumented. They just care if your skin color is a little off of theirs and that you're Latino. They're going to just target you without knowing anything. By the way, does anybody in this room walk around with citizenship papers? I mean, really, none of us have citizenship papers on us. So the question is, they're going after these people, rounding people up, throwing them into vans without telling their families, without reading them their rights, taking them off the streets in masks, in unmarked cars. I mean, this is what's happening in the streets of the nation. And what we need to do is step back and ask, is this president following the law in what he's doing? Is ICE following the law? And all of us need to speak up and speak out about the assault on just regular residents who are following the law, who are going to work, paying their taxes, who've been around in our city for 10, 20, 30 years. We ought to be protecting those people. And if they want to celebrate Mexican Independence Day, they ought to be able to do that without being terrorized by ICE. Yeah, Olivia.
Some weeks ago you called for mass disruption, fighting everywhere all at once. Today you said, don't take the bait. They're going to want to send in more troops. What exactly are you suggesting that Chicagoans do or don't do? Just to follow up on the last question, are you suggesting that people change their plans for Mexican Independence Day and that sort of thing?
Not suggesting anything about that. Certainly the Chicago Police Department, the City of Chicago, that's hosting the Mexican Independence Day events, will work with state police and others to determine how that ought to be handled. Sorry, your first question is just the focus from what I said a few weeks ago, or actually a couple of months ago. Yeah, guess what? People ought to be speaking out about what this administration is doing. I'm doing it from this podium, but people can go protest. People are holding up signs on street corners with their friends to protest. There are thousands of people, indeed millions of people, that showed up for No King's Day. And I'm encouraging people to peacefully, have said that all along, megaphones, microphones, go to the ballot box. Those are all the things that I said. Let's be clear. And to the extent that people want to protest, they have that First Amendment right to do so. All I'm saying, as I said back then, is that you ought to do it peacefully and that you ought to make your voices heard. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so that was Illinois officials speaking, including Governor Pritzker and Mayor Johnson of Illinois and Mayor Johnson of Chicago. And they really seem to think there's a big federal presence coming very soon in the coming days to Chicago. That's a big thing I took from that, from what they said. If I can, I might try to just replay what the governor said right at the start when he talked about what he had been told about what was happening. But they really seem to think that very soon in the coming days, there are going to be a lot of federal troops and ICE agents conducting big raids. Justin King says, that's what I took. It sounds like a done deal. All right, let me see if I can pull that up. Just the part where the governor was speaking about what he understands will happen. Give me one moment here. Just going to rewind that. It was right when he started speaking. So let me pull it up here. I'm not going to replay the whole thing. I just want to replay when he started talking about what he has heard is going to happen.
Well, look at who they're putting in charge. That's social media.
Hang on, let me just cue this up here.
In Chicago, we believe that staging.
Oh, it's there. So I'm just queuing it up here. It's like right at the start of when he caught it.
What I want are the federal dollars that have significant federal coordination. On Saturday,
All right, here's an example of something he said. This was moments ago.
Fighting crime requires coordination. We have experienced nothing like that over the past several days and weeks. On Saturday.
Here's an example of something the governor just said.
Nothing like that over the past several days and weeks. On Saturday, the head of the Illinois State Police received a phone call from CBP's Chief Patrol Agent, Gregory Bovino, indicating that ICE would be deploying to Chicago. It's the first outreach we have received from the Trump administration on this topic. Bovino was short on details and long on rhetoric. So in the absence of significant federal coordination, we've gathered information from unauthorized patriotic officials inside the government and from well-sourced reporters about Donald Trump's plan, which is to deploy armed military personnel to the streets of Chicago. I'm aware that the President of the United States likes to go on television and beg me to call and ask him for troops. I find this extraordinarily strange, as Chicago does not want troops on our streets. I also have experience asking the President for assistance, just to have the rug pulled out from underneath me when execution meets reality. I refuse to play a reality game show with Donald Trump again. What I want are the federal dollars that have been promised to Illinois.
Let me
and
see
Chicago
if I can
for
just find.
violence.
He also spoke about other plans he believes the Trump administration has.
Don't want this as normal, and my response is exactly what we know. In the coming decades is to share with
Here, listen to this.
Share with the responsibilities to the people of Illinois. And one of those duties is to share with the public exactly what we know. In the coming days, we expect to see what has played out in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., to happen here in Chicago. First, Donald Trump is positioning armed federal agents and staging military vehicles on federal property, such as the Great Lakes Naval Base. It is likely those agents will be with ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, the Department of Homeland Security, and other similarly situated federal agencies. Many of these individuals are being relocated from Los Angeles for deployment in Chicago. We believe that staging that has already begun started yesterday and continues into today. Second, unidentifiable agents in unmarked vehicles with masks are planning to raid Latino communities and say they're targeting violent criminals. As we saw in Los Angeles, a very, very small percentage of the individuals they will target will be violent criminals. Instead, you're likely to see videos of them hauling away mothers.
I'm going to interrupt because we have some House members, House lawmakers, speaking after meeting with Epstein victims. So let me show you that real quick. I can throw that on the screen right now. House lawmakers speaking out after meeting with Epstein victims, with Epstein accusers.
Stories and information and a cover-up of this capacity to have allowed for the abuse of over 1,000 women over the course of decades, and then stories that demonstrate that Epstein and others were able to perpetuate the abuse beyond, even after the public knew. We know there's a lot more to this. And I think that this is the most corrupt administration in American history, and this story shows it more than anything. So we will keep fighting in honor of the survivors who are brave enough to put themselves out there for truth and justice, and we will not back down until there is full accountability and prevention from this ever happening again. And with that, I will hand it over to my colleague, Congressman Lynch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yasmin. Today we had the opportunity to hear from 6 courageous women who were all victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Even though there are only 6 of them in the room today, they spoke on behalf of over 1,000 other victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And you could see that they were crushed in a way at the news that Ghislaine Maxwell had received favorable treatment from President Trump and his personal attorney, being relocated to a less secure facility. But we cautioned them. We cautioned the witnesses today to tell them that even though there was bipartisan support in that room for them, it was far from unanimous. And there are people at the very highest levels of this government today that are not happy that on the first day of our return, Congress is taking up this issue and defending the women, all the women who were victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And it's only through the leadership of Ms. Summer and Mr. Garcia in spearheading this effort and making sure that this issue is treated fully and fairly on behalf of the victims that we're here today. But today, the work really begins. Thank you. And I want to introduce my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues, and most of all, I want to thank the brave women who came today to speak up, as well as their lawyers, many of whom are working for free for many years now. The one thing that holds them back sometimes is how much they've been disappointed over the years by our government and by people at the top and the people in charge of protecting them and serving them justice. And the reality is the system has failed them over and over again. And so our commitment is that we will not fail them, that we will not let this go, that we will continue to ask the right questions. We will continue to pursue justice and pursue transparency because those women, those brave women, deserve it. And so we will not let this go. And the president and this administration has a choice. They can either join the many people who covered up this person's crimes, or they can join the people who are going to seek justice and seek what the victims want, which is real justice. And so we are going to continue to pursue this, and we will not stop. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Min, California.
Thank you all. It was a sobering few hours just now, and I want to thank the survivors who came forward, sharing their stories at great cost, great personal sacrifice. We talked to some women who had been followed in recent weeks, who received threats, and this compounds on decades worth of threats. But their story deserves being told. And one of the things that kept coming up was that there was the initial victimization, the assaults, the grooming, the abuse, but there was also a sense of re-victimization every time this story came up again, every time it became clear that justice would be deferred again. And I just want to remind you all that we're here because Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, the Attorney General and Director of the FBI, said that there were no Epstein files just a few weeks back. And that has led to all this controversy. It's what led to this moment today. And I just want to repeat something. What we learned in there makes it very clear that not only are there Epstein files, that there are a vast quantity of very pertinent and salient Epstein files that show a roadmap to who is responsible, what was going on here. There are bank records. There are thousands of hours of witness interviews, some of which the witnesses themselves have never had access to. We deserve answers at this point. And just building on what was said earlier, I want to conclude with this because one of the survivors in there said something that really stuck with me. Right now, young women and girls throughout this country are watching very closely to see if the United States government is going to step up and protect them, if we're going to protect them from sexual assault and abuse and human trafficking. And this is our moment to affirmatively answer the question, no. Hell no, that in the United States we're going to step up with this oversight committee, with the leadership of Ranking Member Garcia. We're going to step up and demand those answers. We're going to demand accountability. So thank you all. And with that, I have the pleasure of introducing my colleague from St. Louis, Wesley Bell.
And I'll make this brief. I had a couple quick takeaways. One, as a prosecutor, I've sat in meetings with victims on cases like these, and you never get used to it. Looking these folks in the eye, the courage that it takes for them to speak their truth and to talk about how they were harmed, it resolves us and makes us laser focused on the fact that we have to get to the bottom of this. We have to get to the bottom of this. What we've seen, these crimes, this cover-up, the scale of it, and I've been involved in prosecutions of a lot of folks, but the scale of these crimes that we're seeing to the highest levels of governments and is of biblical proportions. And so, and I'll say this to the media as I close, anyone who tells you that downplays this, that says that there's nothing to see here, there's nothing to look at them. Because we have to get to the bottom of it, and what we saw in there, these survivors, is courage. We stand with them, and we're going to work with them and find justice though the heavens fall. Ms. Garcia.
Just
To close, two things. One is Donald Trump has the power right now to release all of the Epstein files and documents. Right now. The DOJ is refusing to release the documents that have been subpoenaed. So there is a White House cover-up at the very highest level in getting the American public the information to bring justice to these victims. And I think it's very important for everyone to understand that. The second thing that's important is in the days ahead, we already know we're going to hear from some of the victims tomorrow. We're going to be hearing from other victims in other ways in the days and weeks ahead. It is very important that we believe these women, that we believe these survivors, we honor that, and that we work to bring them justice. And that is going to be very important in the days ahead. If there's time for one or two questions, and then we've got the Rules Committee.
I just wanted to add
yes,
that
please.
Today's roundtable, again, it was necessary, it was long overdue, and it was very powerful. And it is why I continue to call for a congressional hearing, because their stories need to be a part of a congressional record, and the entire public needs to understand just how systemic and how far and wide and how deep this institutional betrayal goes. So that congressional hearing still needs to happen, and this discharge petition still needs to go to the floor. So this roundtable, oversight Dems, the subpoena, forcing the vote for the subpoena to the DOJ, important step. Today's roundtable, important step. A congressional hearing centering the voices of Epstein survivors is essential. We cannot hold powerful abusers to account without centering those survivors and doing it on the congressional record to give that transparency to the public as well. And then finally, this discharge petition does need to come to a floor so we can get all of the files. One of the things that was said over and over again today is that the investigation is not complete. The investigation is not even done. So we need all of this.
Is there a question or two?
Yeah, how confident are you that the discharge petition will get enough people signing on to make it to the floor? And if it doesn't,
Well, there's been enough Republicans that have said that they're going to sign it. It's on their ball's in their court. If Republicans really are going to be focused on transparency and openness, they're going to need to sign that petition, and it's an important part. So we're calling on Speaker Johnson, who was here hearing these victims, to encourage his members to sign that petition.
Speaker Johnson said earlier that he thinks that this discharge petition is moot because of the work that the Oversight Committee is doing. Obviously, the subpoenas went out in large part because of your efforts. I'm curious what your response is to that, given that the DOJ has told Chairman Comey that they're going to...
Speaker Johnson tried to end the last session. In fact, he ended it early to avoid any more discussion about the Epstein files. It's thanks to the work of our subcommittee, Congresswoman Lee and her leadership, that actually forced that release. And now, every step of the way, as far as what Republicans have disclosed, we have forced them or pushed them to do. We've been asking for Alex Acosta to be subpoenaed. They refused. It wasn't until we began talking to other Republicans, Congresswoman Luna and others, that said they would vote with us to get that information. Now Alex Acosta is being subpoenaed. We demanded, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley has been demanding to hear from the victims from day one, the survivors. They haven't taken any action until enough pressure has been put, and you see what's happening today. So we continue to bring the pressure. We're not going to stop until we get justice for all of the survivors and the victims in this case. And every step of the way, we're going to force every single vote. We're going to bring it up every single subcommittee until we get justice for every single victim.
that petition doesn't protect the victims.
I'm going to go let other folks. I'm going to head to Rules Committee, so if you want to take over.
I just want to add one more note, that it's noteworthy that in the room with 6 victims of sexual violence by Jeffrey Epstein, it was suggested by Democrats that this be investigated using the full force of every committee here in Congress, and the Speaker ended by saying he didn't think that was necessary. He'd like to just keep it in the Oversight Committee. I would like to point out to you all, this is the same Oversight Committee that tried to impeach Biden, the same Oversight Committee that's been shielding Donald Trump, and it's the same Oversight Committee that we know is working collaboratively with leadership in the White House to shield them from accountability. So I think you can draw your own conclusions about those comments, but that is where the Speaker actually chose to end this conversation.
I'm just going to...
It was in the room with the victims, even with the victims in the room.
Now, I was just going to add about that alleged mootness. After hearing their stories and talking about the fact that they have been trying to go to all levels of government since the 90s, what we should do is make sure that we do everything that we can to make sure that we finally get some semblance of justice for them. So if that means that there's an extra vote that doesn't really take us very much time, even if he believes that it's moot, it's worth it so that those victims feel like we are actually serious. We need to pull every single lever that we have. And right now, I could hear and see within them, they kept saying, we're believing and we're trusting you, right? They were saying the words, but I can tell you that their body language was not giving off trust. Their body language, in fact, one of them said something to the effect of, either you all are all very serious and honest about this, or you're very good actors. We're going to find out who's real, and we're going to find out who the real actors are. And so that is why anyone who believes that this matters, they should sign the discharge, and they also, they being the Republicans, should go to their leadership and demand a vote be had on the floor.
Well, the argument, to follow up on the question that was asked, was that one of the arguments that's being made both by the Speaker and by Republicans before you all left for recess was that there's not enough language in the discharge petition that would protect the victims. It would handle some of the redactions that I know you all are doing in oversight. So
Can I just say to you, to your question, you're asking us, you're asking the oversight Dems, where our leadership pushed a vote to crack this thing open. You're asking us to do the right thing. We're here. We're the ones who stepped to those survivors after and thanked them and asked them if they were safe tonight. We are going to do, behind you are folks who we probably have close to 80 years of working with victims of sex trafficking, of ensuring that girls and young women have a space in the justice system to tell their stories. The oversight Dems, we're here. We're here. When you don't have the House and you don't have the Senate, we're pushing and using every tool that we have. And why this is important, it is about Epstein, it's about these survivors, but moreover, it is about an administration that refuses to tell the truth, that refuses to protect young girls. It is about an administration that wants you to look away. Well, we heard girls today who are in their 30s who talked about being raped when they were 14. We heard a young girl talk about being told that she would be able to pay for her mother's cancer treatment if she just cooperated. And we're talking about folks in this building and at the highest levels of government potentially being implicated. You ask the Republicans the same question. You ask them what they're going to do to step up and protect young women all over this country who were trafficked from state to state, to be raped and their bodies literally ravaged. That's a quote. Young women in there who are talking about they need to step forward because they too have little girls. They too want to make sure that their girls can look up to them. They want nothing but to be heard. They want nothing but to literally be listened to, because the epic proportion of folks in this administration turning their heads, sending folks home early, sweeping it under the rug. It is the oversight Dems who are saying, do what you will, but tell the truth on behalf of the souls of these young women and the millions in this country. If these women who have the international attention right now are begging for justice, can you imagine the little girl downtown in any American city by herself being trafficked? That's why this is important. If you have people at the highest levels of government potentially implicated in the rape and the trafficking of these young women, we would do the right thing. You ask the Republicans what they're going to do, because we're here. We're good. We're saying we got you. We want to protect you, whether it's your county courthouse or literally in the oversight committee in the Supreme, wherever it takes. You deserve justice, and that's every girl.
And I would ask my Republican colleagues to prove that they will break their legacy of treating trauma with more trauma and shielding predators, from Jim Jordan to Matt Gaetz to Donald Trump and now to Jeffrey Epstein. They've got a hell of a track record. They might want to try to break that up. In the words of Edmund Burke, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men and women to do nothing. Are we going to step up and be good men and women so that evil does not triumph? And I'm going to close on the final thing, which is the most important. For people that would wonder, how high are the stakes here? This is a matter of life and death. Because Virginia Jeffrey took her life after decades of failure, and there are victims that can no longer come forward because they're in a fetal position, so broken by the weight of what they've been carrying, shame that they've been carrying when it is not their shame to carry. So Virginia Jeffrey took her life because of the institutional, consecutive failures and betrayals of our government. So this is a matter of life and death.
I just to get to this thing about this excuse, because that's what it is. All it is that the speaker is giving an excuse, saying that this is about protecting the victims, and that's the reason. I'm sorry, but we have tools. Now, granted, I'm not sitting in rules right now, but we have things known as amendments. You can fix anything that is broken. So if you feel as if the problem is that the legislation isn't perfect, and Lord knows we are good about pushing out imperfect legislation in this body, we do have tools that can fix it. This is nothing more than an excuse for him not to push forward and try to say that it's on behalf of the victims. But if the speaker knows his job, then he knows how to fix legislation that has problems.
All right, so that was some House Democrats who, both some Democrats and Republicans on the Oversight Committee met today with some Epstein victims, which you heard them talk about. And there is an effort by some in the House to have a House vote on releasing all of the Epstein files. Although even if the House was to vote for it, you need the Senate to pass it and the President to sign it to become a law. Let me just show you something real quick about that. You can see here from the Washington Post had an article today, Congress to tackle Epstein files controversy as it returns from recess. And they said several accusers of Epstein and his ex-partner Ghislaine Maxwell will be on Capitol Hill today. They will meet privately with House Speaker Johnson, as well as House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer and other members of the Oversight Committee, like the Democrats we just saw. The Oversight Committee is in the midst of an investigation into Epstein and has promised to release Epstein files that it has subpoenaed from the Justice Department. A bipartisan legislative effort for more public access is also in progress. Representatives Thomas Massie, Republican from Kentucky, and Ro Khanna, Democrat of California, are seeking to make all of the files public that the federal government has via a discharge petition, a procedural maneuver that could force a vote on the House floor over compelling the Justice Department to release the files. If the effort succeeds in the House, the matter would need to be taken up and passed by the Senate. It would then need to be signed into law by Trump. Neither Senate leaders nor the president have indicated plans to prioritize Massie and Khanna's initiative. Also, we're going to cover this tomorrow. Republican Massie and Democrat Khanna intend to hold a news conference tomorrow with about a dozen survivors of Epstein's abuse. That will be held outside the U.S. Capitol. Some survivors are expected to speak publicly for the first time. We will be covering that tomorrow. I believe it's at 10:30 a.m. So, anyways, some members of Congress want there to be a vote in the House on making it so that all of the Epstein files are made public. There's a question about whether this vote will happen. Thomas Massie, who is a Republican, said today, "It's filed. Your congressman can now sign the discharge petition to force a vote on binding legislation to release the Epstein files." Again, not seeing any kind of serious chances this will become a law because President Trump would have to sign it and the Senate would have to pass it. But we'll see if there's a vote on it, if enough House members support having a vote on it in the House. Sorry, and I know we've jumped from story to story today. We originally came on the air to cover President Trump's announcement about moving the headquarters of Space Command to Alabama from Colorado. But as I expected might be the case, he basically did a press conference where he took questions for a while and spoke on a number of things. And we found out, he mentioned this, and then Secretary Rubio mentioned that the U.S. had launched a lethal strike on a drug boat, alleged drug-carrying boat coming out of Venezuela. By the way, I've seen this quote several outlets, including Natasha Bertrand of CNN, but I've seen other outlets report this as well. Natasha Bertrand of CNN said, a senior defense official says we can confirm the U.S. military conducted a precision strike against a drug vessel operated by a designated narco-terrorist organization. More information will be made available at a later time. So I don't have much more on that. So we talked about that and we covered that. Then we saw that Governor Pritzker and other Illinois officials were doing a live press conference on what Governor Pritzker said is a soon-to-happen influx of armed federal agents and National Guard forces and ICE agents into Chicago, which the Governor Pritzker says is coming in the coming days, soon. A big ICE and armed federal, he said ICE, armed federal agents and National Guard forces, and maybe other federal forces. I think he mentioned CBP too. But big federal presence coming into Chicago in the coming days, soon, according to Governor Pritzker, which is supposed to include armed forces, include National Guard troops. So we talked about that. And then while we were talking about that, towards the end of that, we had this video of members of Congress who had just met with, Democratic members of Congress who had just met with Epstein victims. So the stream has gone on a bit longer than I intended because we had these other things just come up while we were covering it. So I do want to take a few comments here. And then after I take a few comments, we'll start wrapping up the stream. And then we can always come on the air later if something else happened. Oh, President Trump posted. President Trump posted. Hold on. He just posted on True Social. Hang on. Breaking news from President Trump. He posted about the strike, about the strike on the boat. Hang on a moment. I'm going to show you this right now. Breaking news. President Trump has posted about this. Here it is. President Trump on True Social 6 minutes ago. Breaking news. Let me get this on the screen for you. He just posted about it. Here it is. Earlier this morning, on my orders, hold on a second. Earlier this morning, on my orders, U.S. military forces conducted a kinetic strike against positively identified Tren de Aragua narco-terrorists in the Southcom area of responsibility. TDA is a designated foreign terrorist organization. Trump claims it is operating under the control of President of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, responsible for mass murder, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and acts of violence and terror across the U.S. and Western Hemisphere. The strike occurred while the terrorists were at sea in international waters, transporting illegal narcotics, heading to the United States. The strike resulted in 11 terrorists killed in action. No U.S. forces were harmed in this strike. Please let this serve as notice to anybody even thinking about bringing drugs into the United States of America. Beware. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oops, I have a typo. Now, again, now this doesn't say one ship, but President Trump and Marco Rubio said earlier today that, Secretary of State Rubio, that this was a boat. So again, President Trump says that the U.S. military forces conducted a strike on Tren de Aragua terrorists from Venezuela who were transporting illegal narcotics to the U.S., and it killed 11 terrorists, he said. Hey, by the way, thanks to Eliza Jane for your support. Also, oh, he posted a video. He posted a video with it. Hang on, there's a video posted with it. I'm just seeing this right now. All right, hang on. Here is the video that President Trump just posted. I just noticed this. Sorry, some people were talking about this in the chat. I just saw the post. All right, hold on. I'm going to put the video on the screen. This is the video that President Trump posted in his post on Truth Social. It says unclassified. This is from President Trump's Truth Social. He said that's the boat. Wow, there it is. There's the strike right there. Hang on a moment. That just got posted. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. So again, President Trump posted that that was the video. Pete Hegseth has just posted it as well. Pete Hegseth posted it too. Carolyn Levitt posted it too. Hang on, I'm going to show it to you again here. I'm going to show you the post. So the White House has posted this as well. So again, here is the video posted by President Trump of the boat that he said is a drug-carrying boat coming from Venezuela, carrying, he said this boat was carrying illegal narcotics to the U.S., and that it had 11, he calls them terrorists on it. And they were all killed. He said, "Let this serve as a notice to anybody even thinking about bringing drugs into the United States of America. Beware." Our viewer DG says, "So America is bombing now and not arresting?" You know, I'm guessing though it's an interesting question. How does the legal authority for this work? You know, the question of attacking rather than arresting. You know, I am not an international law expert and a U.S. law expert, so I can't speak to that. Let me show you this again. Kiwi says, "I don't understand how there are 11 people on that small boat." Well, I mean, I didn't. I'd have to blow it up, the video, and really look at it. But there were clearly some people on the boat. So that is new. That just came out. The Department of Defense has posted the video. Marco Rubio just posted the video. So it's all getting posted now. That's the video. I think that's what President Trump was referring to earlier when he said, "Oh, he said something like, 'You'll see this later.'" Yeti says, "Hard to feel bad for drug smugglers." Our viewer Cushy Dankman says it looks like it could be 11 people. S Chat says, "Hate to say it, but crazy." Driftless Giant said that small boat can go over 1,000 miles. Well, I don't know what the destination was. Ik Luzrar says Trump just tweets kill cams now. Falafel said it's barbarism. Again, I'm going to put it on the screen for you guys. Look, I'm putting it on the screen for you right now. There you go, from the Department of Defense. Illegal Mods says, "How did they know drugs were on board?" Our viewer Oinker Zoinker says, "Live leaks from the president. Wow, thanks, President. You too cool." Hazemaker says, "USA is the real terrorist." Clayhead says, "How do some people feel sad for drug traffickers?" Jake Blues says, "I'm sure they must have proof of the narcotics, otherwise it's murder." But again, like, I don't know enough about U.S. law and military regulations. But in a normal case, is the U.S. military, has the U.S. military been granted the power to kill any boat carrying what it suspects is drugs to the U.S.? I don't know. Now, maybe this is seen as a different legal case because the government has declared Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization. I don't know if that makes a legal difference, but again, I'm not a law expert. By the way, a quick thanks to Benny Hill. Benny Hill doesn't think there was a huge haul on this boat, given the size of it. Let me say I owe some thank yous to people, by the way. I'm behind because there's been a lot going on. Oh, yes, the strike was in international waters, as one of our viewers just mentioned. I don't know how that impacts legal things, legal matters. Thanks, Sevenfold 777, Mitchell Pilot, Eliza Jane, Peasy Papa Zulu. I just want to thank people for your support. Teshera 22, Samantha J, thank you. Crazy Yoda, Rossi La Streaming Network from Canada, The Vladinator, Certified Music. Also, Irish Sweetness, thank you so much for your support. Bruce Kaiser, Joey, Ron Dykeman, PZ Papa Zulu, YYT. And also, Guy from the 207 on Twitch there, thank you. Normally, if this just happened out of the blue, we would have done its own stream for it. But I mean, we talked about this earlier today, and it was first reported by President Trump in his appearance that we covered. So President Trump and Marco Rubio said several hours ago that this had happened, but this video just came out and the details from President Trump. Heavenly Interventions, thank you, who says, why is there no such enforcement against drug dealers pouring from Colombia in subs and boats? It seems the U.S. is turning a blind eye on its friends. Callie Graham says, whatever happened to innocent unless proven guilty? Now, it certainly looks like a boat that the U.S. could have stopped if it wanted to, right? So this is not a case where this boat, it's not an aircraft carrier or something. So this seems to be a choice by the administration on how to handle this boat. Fred Flintstone says it's a message. Tennessee Jed says it's about sending a message. Oopsie. Sorry. What happened? There you go. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out when is the last time the U.S. military has fired on a drug boat and destroyed it and killed the people inside and then posted video of it. I don't know. Axios says it's unclear in the video where the drugs were allegedly stored on the vessel. I have not heard a response from the Maduro regime yet today about this. Kelly Smith says the Coast Guard could have caught it with ease. Bo Hinkle says maybe it would not stop and they blew it up. Andy Marshall says this is outright murder. Chaz Martin says Maduro will keep quiet. PZ Papazulu thinks the Navy had intelligence and T's crossed. Thank you, PZ Papazulu. Chairman El Mao says it's a civilian boat in international waters until proven otherwise. Michael Avery says wait until they take out planes. JD63 says look, another shiny object. Benjamin Backer thinks that President Trump linked this boat to the president of Venezuela, so it's kind of an act of war. Gluman says this will likely intensify. Schuler Lucas says, is this the beginning of a coup? Oh, the White House just the White House just posted. It's the same thing that Trump posted. They posted the video and they posted what President Trump said. I thought they posted something different. Hey, thanks to Kiwi for your support. I really appreciated Kiwi. I'm glad we were able to get you this. This, I didn't know that we'd have this before the end of the broadcast, because on the broadcast we talked about President Trump and Secretary of State Rubio talking about this hours ago, but this video just came out. John Cassidy says, now the Dems have a new campaign to fund the military, defend drug runners, take your pick. Thank you, John Cassidy, for your support. Benny Hill says, I mean, what evidence did they have? Nigel Fortune says, what if Venezuela strikes back? H.D. Nero thinks those drugs would have killed more than 11 Americans. Gina Pino says that video is disturbing. I mean, again, it's not something I don't go out of my way to show these types of videos on the channel, but this is, being posted by the President and the White House and the Department of Defense. So I know it's, it is what it is, but I do think it's important to show because it shows what happened. And again, it was posted by the White House and Department of Defense. Literally showing you the Department of Defense post. The White House has posted it too, and President Trump posted it. Luke Patterson says, so stop the boat and seize the drugs. That fact doesn't justify killing them. Thank you, the Vladinator. Madman Productions says, oh, those poor drug traffickers. The Vladinator says, if you think this is fine to do, why not just do the same to narcotic Mexican gangs trying to get into the U.S. on the border? It's a cold, calculated move without due process, says the Vladinator. Thank you, the Vladinator. Coops Customs says, keep it up, Trump. Captain Dave says, excessive use of force. Polar Man says, we may not have all the real details. Oopsie. Sorry. I feel like this is a really big story. I feel like his story is getting less attention than its importance. This is a big deal. This is a very big deal, I think. This is the U.S. attacking a boat in international waters, which it claims is a drug smuggling boat. Also, it claims that the head of this, that the people in it are in a gang, and the head of the cartel, and the head of the organization, and they claim it's a terrorist organization, and they claim that the head of it is the president of Venezuela, while the U.S. is in the process of moving warships and thousands of personnel off the coast of Venezuela. Seems like a pretty big story. Stickler for Change thinks it could lead to violence in the U.S. '88 Slopany says anything but Epstein. Mitch says no evidence now. No evidence now either. So you just have to trust them on this one. Scott Johnson says this one boat is a small drop in the bucket. This will need to be done hundreds of times to make any difference. Alan Artsakian says they have stopped boats for years and it does nothing. Time for a new method of people to think twice before running drugs. Broken Gaming, no, it was not in Venezuela waters. It was in international waters. G Slayer says smart move would have been to seize the vessel and capture the occupants for interrogation in future shipments. Chef Based says this is based. Geese Bamp says, so that little boat was coming 1,000 miles to the U.S. It says it was in international waters and it came from Mexico. It came from Venezuela. I don't know where in international waters it was. So the exclusive economic zone of the United States is 200 nautical miles. Wikipedia says international waters is not a term defined in international law. It is an informal term, which sometimes refers to waters beyond the territorial sea of any country. One definition that some use is water beyond 200 nautical miles from a coastal state. Anyways, I don't know where this one. We just know international waters. But Trump said it was heading, well, either it or the narcotics were heading to the U.S. Transporting illegal narcotics heading to the United States. It's not exactly clear from his wording whether he meant the drugs were heading to the U.S. or the boat. Dan Lampkin says, just because the White House and Trump posted it doesn't make it real, does it? Be careful not to be distracted. That's what our viewer Dan Lampkin says. All right, guys, look, here's what I need to do. So there's been a bunch of news happening. The stream ended up getting extended because all these different things happened. But we were able to get you. We covered Trump's announcement today. He mentioned this in his announcement. Surprise, he mentioned this. And we were able to get you his later announcement and the video about it. So you've seen this. I need to take a break and eat something. Honestly, I do. We very well might be doing more coverage of the situation with Venezuela. We actually did a stream 2 days ago entitled, Might the U.S. Invade Venezuela? If you haven't seen that, we did a whole stream on it. But I think that's a really big story, and we could certainly cover that story more. Also, will we see federal law enforcement and National Guard moving into Chicago in the coming days? There's that. There's Epstein victims press conference tomorrow, I believe at 10:30 a.m. I'm planning on covering that. So there's a lot of news going on. So we will certainly be back soon with more coverage. But right now, I need to. Hold on a second here. Let me just see something. I need to just check and see if anything else got posted about this. But I need to eat something. No, I think we're good. So we certainly might have more coverage of that. All right, so I really appreciate you guys being here for our coverage. Subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Subscribe, follow, and I'd suggest turning the notifications on because I never know when big news is going to happen. Who knows when we'll be on next, but I'm guessing it'll be soon. But definitely tomorrow. I know tomorrow morning we'll be covering that press conference. That's my plan. But we have our own notification system. It works great. We do it through Discord. You sign up once and you get sent a notification before we go live every single time. It's really reliable. I'd suggest signing up for the free notifications to make sure you don't miss a stream. The mods will post a link to the free notifications in the chat. You can also find the link to the notifications in the YouTube and Facebook description of this broadcast. But sign up for those, subscribe and follow the channel. I will post updates when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news coverage. @Lookner on X, right there. If I see updates. And yeah, more coverage to come. So I'll be keeping an eye on this. But again, I really appreciate people watching the broadcast. Thanks to everybody who's been sending me updates and making comments in the chat and sending me messages. Sorry I can't read all the messages, but we got to read a bunch of comments today. I appreciate you letting me read them. We have different views on these various topics today. So more coverage coming soon. Hey, a huge shout out to our moderators too. They are awesome. They're the reason that we can even have chat rooms. We couldn't have it without our moderators. They keep things under control in there and respectful. Thank you so much to our moderators. Beth Mythical on YouTube, thanks for moderating. Ruth Krafasi, all of our other moderators who've been over there as well today. Thank you to them. And also over on Twitch, oops, hold on a second here. Thanks to our Twitch moderators. I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and all of our other Twitch moderators who've been there. Also, thanks Dark Crypto 800 for your support on Twitch, and Gonzalez for subscribing on Twitch, and CC for your support on Twitch. Thank you. And also our Facebook moderators, Kay Larry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal. Big thanks for all of them and all of our other Facebook moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, our moderators on X. Thanks as well. And, oh, hold on a second. Do I have an update? No. I'll keep an eye out tonight for more news. Also, a huge thanks to everybody who donated. So nice of you guys. Hopefully I thanked everybody during the stream. But that's really kind of you. That is the reason that we can have a channel, is your support. So thank you so much. If If you missed it, you can go back and watch. We covered the Trump announcement. We covered his answering questions. We showed you the video of the Illinois leaders talking about what they think is a soon-to-come influx of ICE and National Guard and other federal forces going into Chicago soon. We covered that. We showed you some video of Democratic members of Congress who had just met with Epstein victims. You can go back and rewind and watch all of that, and all of our coverage of the Venezuela boat strike on the Venezuelan boat. Hey, thanks Hermit Ersatz. I owe Hermit a thank you. But thanks to everybody for your support, Irish Sweetness, and all of our other viewers I thanked earlier. Did I thank Mandy Orr? I don't know if I ever thanked Mandy Orr. But thank you. And Alpha Cry and everybody else, thanks for your support. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. I did not hydrate enough today. Also, another good way to find out when we're going live is to follow us on X. For those of you on X, Agenda Free TV, I always post there when we're live, at Agenda Free TV. Also, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Discord chat, a lot of our viewers like to do that. Check out the Discord chat. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check that out. And big thanks to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Thanks, Discord mods. Thanks also to Carrie Poteet for the gift memberships. Thank you, Carrie, very much. And let's see here. Oh, I did want to mention for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications, another great way to find out when we're live. It's a little tricky to do that. What you need to do on YouTube is you need to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and then choose all notifications. So subscribe, click the bell, choose all notifications. That's how you turn the notifications on. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the notifications on. Okay, also... hold on, I think I missed a couple things. Margaret Riley for the Facebook stars. And Amy Cluck. Oh, I missed a couple donations over on, my bad, on Facebook. Thank you, Margaret Riley for the Facebook stars and Amy Cluck. Thanks to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there, like Sharon Klassen Goslin, Chuck Mosca, Robert Real II, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Lou Knight, Jennifer Ellers, all of our other subscribers over on Facebook. Thank you so much for subscribing there. Erin Van Ness. Sorry it took me so long to get you. It was a busy stream today. From one thing to the next. Also, our Twitch subscribers, thanks so much for subscribing over there. People like GoGoFo69, Jax Haku, Wall Street, Shaggy Gonzalez, and Chi-Town Bear, Billy Joe. Thank you, Charlie Underfoot, Honey Bunch of Slugs. I Got That Fire. Wall Street Shaggy, all of our other subscribers on Twitch, thank you. And our YouTube members, thank you so much for being members. Cruella, UV Lightning, Eric Johnson, Justin, Mr. Worldwide, CAC813, JK Cinar, Northwoods Hiker, CJC Freedom, JD63, Mario Castaneda, Jules Henderson, Barry, Per Holstrand, Mr. Worldwide, Eric Johnson, Carrie Poteet, Bobby, our new subscribers like Bobby C, Justin, Jay the Ukrainian, Jennifer Robertson, Chaz Martin, thanks for being a subscriber. Wickedest Witch, Hermit Ersatz, Jules Henderson, Eliza Jane, Jean-Paul Lachance, Smoke Signals, PZ Papa Zulu, and all of our other members. Confidence in God, Benny Hill, and our others. Thank you. All right. I got to eat something. We got to wrap this up. But again, I hope you can join tomorrow. By the way, some viewers are have writing to me about reports that the House Oversight Committee will release Epstein files. So the House Oversight Committee doesn't have all of the Justice Department files. I believe, if I have this right, if I have this right, the Trump administration, I believe the Justice Department had given some files to the House. My guess is the House Oversight Committee. And from a report I saw, I forget when that was, one report I saw said a lot of that had already been publicly released. So I think maybe what people are seeing is reports that the House committee might release what it has. But the House committee does not have all the Epstein files that I'm aware of. So I think there might be I think some people are seeing reports and thinking, oh, all of the Epstein files are going to be released. But I don't believe that the Justice Department has given most of the Epstein files to the House committee. That's my understanding. Oh, look, I have it. They just did it. Look, House Oversight Committee. Today, the House Committee released 33,000 pages of Epstein-related records that were provided by the U.S. Department of Justice. This is a new release, but I believe most of this had already been made public. That just happened. Okay. So again, this is not a release of all the files. This is the release by the House Oversight Committee of the files that the Justice Department gave them. Okay? So you can go look through that. I'll post a link in the chat if you want to look through it. If you want to look through it, I will post a link in the chat for you. But that's not all the files. Okay, I just posted a link. All right, guys, I got to get off the air. Thanks, Ed Wiebe, for the membership. Thank you to Nathan Delmo. I just talked about those files. I posted a link in the chat. I'll post it again. Go there and look. But again, that's just what they've been giving by the Justice Department. That's not all the files. If I hear of something big in that release, I'll post about it on X. But again, I think there's some confusion, and some people think that all the files got released, and that is not what happened. Okay, guys, I'm wrapping this up. I really appreciate you being here. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody for watching. El Hazel Ra, for example, Tallulah A. Bell, John Flick, Matilda Armonia, Nashota Mojag. All right, it's time to wrap up this. Kirby Cousins, Paula Thompson, Audrey Burbank, Los Gatos de Wilson, Avatarks. Thank you. All right, it's time. It is time. All right, guys. So thank you so much for watching. We'll be covering the Epstein victims press conference tomorrow morning. And if there's big news tonight, we'll cover it too. That is it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.